For those in the audience, the emergency exits are that way. The public should know that these proceedings are being video recorded and broadcast. Councillors may disclose a pecuniary interest at this time or at any time during the meeting. And now, Councillor Manctolo, if you could give the land acknowledgement, please.
We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Tionanatani, Atawadaran, Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present and present connection of indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways and resources.
Thank you, Councillor Manctolo, and welcome back to the cold winter air. You have a nice suntan, I notice. We'll now move to the adoption of the agenda, which I have in front of me. Just before I put that motion on the floor or ask for a mover and seconder, I had a thought. They've scheduled a break at 12 o'clock for lunch because they anticipate this to be a long meeting. We have the sign bylaw, we have the big house issue, and we have the budget. I unfortunately have to leave at 12 o'clock, which means I may not be here for the budget vote, which would be the first time in 13 years I haven't voted on the budget. So I'm just making this as a suggestion before I put the motion about the agenda on the floor. Could we move the budget to follow the delegation and discuss the budget first before anything else?
Question?
Yes?
Are you anticipating, you said we would vote on the budget. You're not anticipating we vote on the budget?
Well, I was kind of, well, either vote on the budget or give instructions to staff.
Yes.
Whatever. I mean, if you guys are that slow, we can give instructions, but if you're real quick, we could vote on it. Yes, Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We're talking about the budget today because we had this issue last time. So, and we have a public meeting going on that we've asked people to come. So you're proposing that we swap a morning public meeting to an afternoon?
No. We would do, I was suggesting, if you're willing, to do the budget right after the statutory public meeting. We'll do the statutory public meeting at 9:30.
Oh, okay. And you're thinking that we're going to finish the budget
Well,
between, if you have to leave at 12, or you have to be someplace at 12?
I have to leave at 12.
Okay. I'm.
You may be right, Councillor Davey, that by changing the order of the budget, we may find out we're still talking about the budget by the time it's the lunch break and Fred isn't here. I put it as a suggestion. Councillor Capes?
It doesn't impact me either way.
It's fine with me. Are you still accepting a full salary, Brett?
I think so. All right, then, with that suggestion, Mr. Clerk, we'll put the budget after the statutory public meeting and leave the rest of the agenda as is. So I need a mover and a seconder for the council approves the agenda as amended of session, council approves the agenda of session 23-2023 as amended and circulated. Mover, Capes, and Manctolo. Okay, that's the agenda. Now I have a motion on the minutes. Oh yeah. All in favor? Thank you. See, they don't pay me a lot for this, Quentin, and I'm not you. Okay. The next motion is that council approves the minutes of session 22-2023 as circulated. Do I have a mover? Capes and Manctolo again. Any comments? All in favor? That's passed. Now we go to question period. Oh, sorry, no, we have a proclamation. Yes, it's a long one. Bear with me. The proclamation is for the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Whereas on December 6, 1989, a massacre occurred at the Canadian University that shook our nation. A young man walked in l'École Polytechnique in Montreal and killed 14 women and injured another 10. And whereas on average, every 6 days, a woman in Canada is killed by her partner, and this year, thousands of women will face violence in the form of harassment, assault, intimate partner violence, and many other forms of abuse. And whereas ending violence against women can be achieved through continued anti-violence education programs and with constant reminders of our responsibility to treat all members of society with dignity and respect, and whereas we can work towards eliminating violence against women through our individual actions in naming the violence when we witness it and supporting those who are affected, whether it be at home, school, the workplace, or in public spaces. Now therefore, I, Deputy Mayor Fred Nix, on behalf of Council, do hereby proclaim December 6, 2023 as National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women in the town of Mono, and invite everyone to join us in remembering the 14 women killed in 1989 and the many women who have lost their lives to gender-based violence since. Dated 28th day of November 2023. That's the proclamation.
Thank you. And may I make a comment?
Yes, you may.
For people here and in the public, there is a vigil at Family Transition Place on December 6th at 11:30
Excellent.
outside.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And I should also point out the county passed a similar motion, actually written by Lisa Post. All right, now we go to question period. Mr. Clerk, have there been any questions submitted online?
Yes, there have been 2 questions submitted online, Deputy Mayor Nix. The first question is in regards to the forthcoming short-term rental licensing. Can a requirement of adequate fencing surrounding a rental property be considered, especially where pets are allowed by the owner or renter, in consideration of people that have disregarded the dog bylaw?
That's the question. In just a minute, in regards, I can't answer that. Can anyone else on count? I can't answer that question. I simply don't know. Yes, Fred.
So as part of the process, of course, will be an extensive public engagement, and this is why, one of the reasons why we'd have such an engagement is to hear these kind of views and then bring them back to council for consideration to be included.
All right, I hope, does anyone else on council want to add to that?
think that's-
Yes, Councillor Davy?
Yeah, I was just going to, thank you. Since I brought the motion forward, it's something that I've been thinking a lot about, but only from, you can only get it from your own perspective. And so this is terrific that that Daniela has submitted this question, and we welcome all sorts of questions, even leading up to our final public, formal public engagement.
Fine, thank you. Anyone else with comments? All right, there was a second question, Mr. Simpson?
Yes, there is. So the second question is asking, can we look at partial payment each year for the Mono Adula Town line?
I think we've had this question a number of, maybe not exactly in the same words, but we've had this question a few times in the past. My best answer is staff are in the process of redoing the 1912 road assessment study, and I think before we answer that question, we should wait for the results of that study. If the traffic volumes are sufficient, it might get in the category of roads to be paved. If not, it will stay as is. Matt, do you have anything to elaborate on?
No, Deputy Mayor Nix, I don't. All I can say is all the roads are evaluated regularly, patrolled regularly. No roads in the town of Mono fall off the radar. We're doing traffic counts regularly, and we maintain them accordingly.
Thank you, Matt. I'm now going to turn the gavel over to John Creelman.
Thank you for everyone's indulgence. Just on the issue of paving roads, I did a back of the envelope calculation, and I don't know whether Matt would agree with me or not, or less, that to pave 1 kilometer of road and to rebuild it and pave it properly is something shy of $1 million or 10% tax increase. So we just have to bear that in mind.
Sorry. Mr. Mayor, when we adopted the agenda, we did, and I hope this is with your concurrence, a slight adjustment.
Okay.
We are going to put the budget discussion immediately after the statutory public meeting.
Okay, fine with that.
And, Your Worship, I just want to, we should check to see if there's anyone virtually who may have a question for council.
Is anyone online who has a question for council? Okay, appears not. So our first delegation is the CVC. Welcome. And we do have a statutory public meeting at 9:30, so we have to be mindful of time constraints.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship and members of council. Do we, just over to the clerk, do we have a presentation we can pull up? Excellent.
And then you'll have access to advance that using the keyboard and mouse on the
Okay,
desk.
great. There we go, it's coming up now. And thank you very much for having me. My name's Quentin Hanchard. I'm the CAO at Credit Valley Conservation Authority. Really appreciate the opportunity to come and present this to you in person. And I'm mindful of the busy day you've got, so I'll certainly be fast with my presentation today. But I'm pleased to be able to give you a little bit of an overview of our 2024 budget. I'm just going to skip by a few of the slides as we go. You've got it into the slide deck as well, so I'll
Yes,
just
we
kind of
have it.
hit the highlights as we go through. I'm just going to touch really carefully and quickly on one little piece. You know, from the presentation last year, we've had a number of changes to our legislation that have required us to make some changes in what we do. One of them is in our budgeting process, in terms of being really clear about the mandatory versus the collaborative projects under category 1 and 2, and you'll see that come up in the presentation. The second part was about the memorandums of understanding, and as you all know, we've already entered into that agreement, so we're well along in that path. So I'm just going to skip through this. This is really just the same thing that, again, we're kind of working together through this memorandum of understanding. But what I will say is that we've always worked collaboratively in terms of the types of projects that we partner on. That's absolutely the model we'll move forward with. It's really the same way we've worked in the past, and we'll deal with that on an annual basis through the budgeting process. So just a few highlights of some of our projects from last year and moving into next year as well. Obviously, the managing the natural hazards piece is one of the main components of what we do at CVC. And within that, you'll see that we've done a lot of work in 2023, and we have a lot of work planned in 2024 to really advance our abilities in terms of forward-looking. We're looking from a climate change lens and saying, what do we need to be aware of? How can we help our municipal partners with some of the things that we can expect? And that might be on road infrastructure, it might be on flood vulnerable areas. So that's part of our work plan for next year, is to continue along with building our capacity to be able to do that. Our lands and parks, certainly near and dear to our heart, and certainly with Island Lake, it's one that you're very familiar with as well. But we will continue on in 2024 with a number of projects across the jurisdiction. We've been very fortunate, and I'll show you in our last slide, in terms of some of the external funding we've been able to achieve to help us do the infrastructure within our parks. You might have seen the crane gathering space that we've just completed within Island Lake. It's something we're very proud of as being a place-making element for Island Lake. And we also do have some additional proposed changes within Island Lake in terms of upgrades to the trail network as well. We're also pleased to be working on our new watershed plan. So we have, this has been a big gap for us for a while, but we are working on a whole watershed plan. And I'll just highlight that in 2024, we're going to make some significant progress on it. One of the reasons why it's such an important document for us is because we're taking a really long look out. We look out to those same kind of planning horizons that you look at as you're moving to 2051 and kind of looking at that. So are we. And we're really looking to develop the science that goes along with it and to be able to give you that information that helps to support the decisions that you need to make. Our environmental resilience areas does a lot of our outreach, our research type of work, and a lot of our collaborative projects. And so, again, we have as you'll see on the books for 2024, a number of projects, some of our climate change projects fit within that, but also a lot of our research and innovation work as well. And that really is about advancing the science to allow us in future years to be able to help you to make some of those decisions for things that we see coming down the road our way. Just in terms of our corporate services, obviously, this is really just the enabling services to allow us to do the good work that we do. And within that, we continue to find areas that we can improve and find greater efficiencies in the work we do. And so we, of course, do have some of our remote sites. We have internet challenges within those sites as well, and that's one of those things that we're looking at to provide us with greater efficiencies in our operations. So onto the budget, and I'll just touch on a couple of the slides here, and there's a lot of depth. Happy to take any questions at the end. The first slide just deals with the change in the current value assessment. This is just the methodology the province gives us to say this is how much each of the participating municipalities shall pay in on an annual basis. And as you'll see, the change for the township is very small for 2024 versus 2023. What that translates into, you can see down here as far as the bottom line, is a 2024 proposed levy of $15,593. It's a change of $485 from 2023, and it represents a 3.21% increase. I'm going to skip through some of these slides because they really just give you a little bit more depth of how it stacks up against others, as well as how the individual components break down. This slide gives you just a sense on the left in terms of where our revenue sources come from. We're predominantly funded through our levies, as well as our user fees are the big sources of revenue for us to allow us to do our programs. And then in terms of our expenditures, two main sources for that, the biggest one being for our personnel, and the second one being for the projects and the things that we procure as part of that.
And could I just interject that my fellow councillors should take note that 0.2% of the revenues of CVC come from the province. So you're aware.
Thank you for noting that, Deputy Mayor. So as I mentioned before, the next couple of slides just give you a sense of how the two different levies that the town provides for, the general levy as well as the special levy, and the differences within them, and you can see the percent increase. This one gives you a bit of a sense of where our roadmap looks for the next several years. This is a challenging one for us because if you look back on some of the slides we kind of moved through quickly, we get more than 90% of our funding from the region of Peel. And so that's a big change for us moving into 2025 with the dissolution of the region. And that's something that is very actively on our radar screen. But we've made projections based on our best estimates of the current programs we've got and the needs moving forward, and also trying to maintain our budget at a very similar level. So that would represent kind of roughly a 4% increase over the next several years if we're able to maintain that. There's a number of other things that are kind of unmet needs, of course, that go with our budget, much like all budgets. And this is really just to document the fact that these are things that we will be addressing in year in terms of both our compensation review to make sure we're paying our staff adequately, in terms of our asset management plan and our forest and invasive species control. So those are all on our radar screen. They're not currently within our budget for 2024, but they're things that we'll be actively managing as we go forward. This image just shows the crane gathering space at Island Lake, something we're very proud of as a project. And of course, one of the things that's very much on our radar screen is just being able to make sure that we're keeping up in our conservation areas, that we're providing the type of experience that our visitors want, and keeping a good level of operation within those centers as well. And so obviously we do have forward-looking things that we need to be looking at now in terms of keeping them that way. Almost at the end of the presentation, but I do want to highlight a little bit some of the success that we've had getting external funding. You can see our newest one is right at the top. That's a federal government grant that we received for $4.14 million. That's for our Jim Tovey Lakeview Conservation Area. It's our brand new one on Mississauga shoreline. But you can also see a lot of the other funding that we've got. The crane gathering space that we talked about at Island Lake, the majority of that was funded through federal funding. And a lot of the work we're doing within our trails and boardwalks is actually being funded, the majority of it, through external funding from the province and the federal government. So we've been extremely appreciative and successful in terms of getting that funding, and that's something we'll continue with. It really does help us to offset what we then need to ask for in turn to make sure that we're keeping our parks in a state of good repair. So thank you. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of council? Fred?
Yeah, I had a question, but first of all, a comment. I'm surprised when you showed all the external funding you get for your trails that you didn't mention the beautiful agreement you have with the town of Orangeville and the town of Mono for 2/3 of the funding of the Vicky Barron Trail and the family, our trail, that would pay for 2/3 of the capital cost. My question, though, Quentin, was going to be this. The Region of Peel now pays 91.6% of your budget. And as of at the end of 2025, Peel disappears. So clearly there's some danger here about your funding sources. Now, you have MOUs with all the municipalities. I assume in the case of Peel, the MOUs are with the Region of Peel. So you would have to, next year negotiate MOUs with Brampton, Caledon, and Mississauga.
Yes.
There's obviously going to be no problems. Well, in Category 1 services, that's the levy they'll have to pay. Do we have any sense on Category 2 services as to where Caledon, Brampton, and Mississauga stand in terms of the services they want from CVC? And to follow up on that, any risk to our budget a year from now?
Yes, thanks very much for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a great question. It's one that we're grappling with daily, to be honest. As you pointed out, Deputy Mayor, our Category 1 services are ones that we need to perform, the province has prescribed that we must do those. So the funding for those is something that will be fairly stable moving forward, and we expect that will fairly directly transfer down to the 3 new local municipalities, Brampton, Caledon, and Mississauga. In terms of our Category 2, or the programs that we do by agreement, those ones indeed are actively being discussed. So we have a number of conversations coming up with our municipal partners to talk about what those collective priorities are. They may change in 2025, and they may change beyond that point. So it is something we're very anxiously looking at. The local municipalities, so Brampton, Caledon, Mississauga, are also looking to the transition board. And you'll recall that the province created this transition board to give them some guidance on how best to move smoothly through the transition. We know that they're working very actively on this, and we do expect within the next few months we'll have a lot more detail in terms of the process and how we move into the next steps. But what we are doing at a staff level is we are engaging in those staff-to-staff conversations to make sure that, again, we're getting ahead of this. We're talking about our collective priorities, and we're doing our best to make sure that this is a pivot that we do, that we're meeting their needs, but at the same time, it's not going to be such a massive disruption to our operations that we're not able to fulfill our responsibilities.
So just as a follow-up, then, can I assume that you will have 3 new MOUs in place by end of 2024?
Yes.
Ralph?
We didn't hear anything about Category 3, and that's been an area that's been controversial and stressful for other conservation authorities. What are you doing with that?
Yes, thanks very much for the question. So we only have 2 Category 3 programs right now. One deals with our foundation, and one is part of our outreach program. The reason that there's that difference, the majority of programs that we have fit into Category 2, the ones that are not mandatory. The reason for that is because our main funding partners have identified these as being collaborative projects. If they didn't, they would be Category 3 programs. So that's why we only have a very, very limited number in Category 3, and we're not asking for any municipal funding for our Category 3 ones. Everything else fits in Category 2 for us.
Any other questions? Elaine?
Thank you for the presentation, and your slides are excellent. I do want to ask a question on the environment. You have something listed as green infrastructure road retrofits. What is that?
Yes, so we have a project that we do with the Region of Peel, and we've been looking at opportunities to basically find, if you've seen bioswales and things like that in some of the road infrastructure down in Peel, it basically means, can you take something that goes into a pipe right now, where it might go into a catch basin on the street and it goes into a pipe, and traditionally it would go, downstream and down for treatment. Take that and actually put it into something that's local. It's a swale. We're kind of moving back to the rural cross sections that roads used to have, and saying, can we actually find natural ways of filtering the water? And so move from that hard infrastructure to something that's softer and cheaper in the end to maintain. So we're doing a number of pilot projects like that, where we're looking at the actual costs of creating and then maintaining the infrastructure, and with some very good results to date.
But that's not here.
It's not here yet, but we'd be thrilled to talk to you about that in
Oh,
future
okay.
years, for
Okay,
sure.
thank you. And then the other, under your unmet needs, when you say a compensation review, that's $700,000?
Correct.
That includes the increase to your salary grid, or?
It does. Thank you for the question. So it came in two components. The cost of living pieces are already built into our budget for 2024, so they're included in the budget that's before you. What's not is exactly that. It's the bump up in the salary grid associated with the salary review. So that's something that we're proposing to deal with through in-year cost savings. So we're very aggressively looking at measures to be able to pay for that. So it's not in the 2024 budget. It's something that as staff, we're going to have to be able to manage actively.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I can jump in with two, and then Fred. A couple of questions. In your slide deck, there was an indication of an assessment change for the region of Peel. It was a minus .0 something. How is that possible that their assessment gets reduced?
Yes, thanks for the question. And what it really is, so the province uses the impact data. And so they look at that current value assessment, and what it really is, to boil it down, is that as our other areas are gaining assessment base, they're taking up some of that capacity now. So as the region went down, if you looked at some of the other ones, you'd see that Halton went slightly up, for example. And I think Orangeville went slightly up. And so it just had to do with the province's numbers on the assessment base, and it meant that because it was moving up in some of the smaller municipalities, it went down within Peel.
Okay. And a comment about Island Lake. We very much appreciate your initiative to monitor the entrance from the Lynn Gibson Park. I just encourage you to consider that at least a year-long exercise, because the snapshot that you'd get today would be very, very different than what you would get on June 30th or July 1st. So I think you need to give that, and I'm not talking about technology for obvious reasons, but I think you need a long window there to analyze exactly what's going on.
Thank you for that comment. We'll certainly take that back.
Right.
We've got 30 seconds before the statutory public meeting. What my question was going to be is, and this relates to what Elaine asked, when your staff looks at development proposals that we have here in Mono, I know they'll look at where wetlands and things are. Would they make comments about, the developer says, here's where the roads are going to be and here's where the stormwater management pond is going to be. Would your staff make comments about some alternatives we could do, like LID type of things to those roads, as opposed to what the developer wants to do? Or is that something we have to come and ask you about?
That should be a conversation for us, for sure. It's not kind of part of our mandatory services that we're meant to provide, but it's something we can do, and we do that for a lot of our municipal partners. So we're happy to do that, and we can have a further conversation on that, for sure.
Anyone else? Well, Quentin, thank you very much, and
Thank you for having
we
me.
appreciate the brevity and conciseness of your presentation.
very much.
And we are sort of under the gun today, but
Absolutely.
thank you very much, and thank you for coming up here. And I don't know what
Pleasure.
the driving conditions were like. An hour and a half.
wow.
Oh, wow, okay.
Thanks very much.
My condolences. Thank you very much.
Can I walk them over?
Yeah. I guess he lives somewhere to the south, maybe the city. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, it's getting brutal out there. Okay. We have a moment before we go into the statutory public meeting. Well, I'm going to move a motion. I think Fred will be back here. He is back here. Okay. So I have a motion that we adjourn the regular meeting of council and go into a public meeting to discuss an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment pertaining to large houses on rural lots. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davies, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Nix, any opposed? Motion is carried. And over to you, David, and sorry that the weather conspired against travel today.
I did try. There's a roundabout in the south end of Midland, and I tell you, I was not going fast, but I bounced off the curb and back into the lane and got a bit further down to Palm Beach Road, called Mike and said, this is not
David,
good, the roads aren't done
you're
yet.
very clear, but you're going to have to speak louder.
Okay, will do. So here I am. Nevertheless, I do apologize. I could not make it in. It was not good. Still snowing up here, but anyway, to get meeting for monster homes or large houses on rural lots.
David.
Louder? Okay.
As loud as possible.
Let me turn up my volume. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Fred, is it us
just-
or is it Dave?
And Andrew will work on as he can
Okay.
to try to increase the
So
volume.
David,
in the
do your
meantime.
best to speak as loudly as you can, and we will make some adjustments here. And if you could
I can
just-
hear you well.
Okay. If you can take us quickly through the planning report and
Sure thing.
proposed amendments.
Sure, will do. Can you hear me now? Can you nod your head or just put thumbs up so I can hear you quite well, actually. So, okay, I'm going to speak at this level. A little louder than normal, but that's fine as long as you can hear me. So this is a report to give context to the public meeting. This is a statutory public meeting for a draft official plan amendment and a draft zoning bylaw amendment to try and deal with, manage, and control large homes and larger homes on rural lots. It's had a bit of a journey since last year. That's all cited in the report. And what you have before you is a revised official plan amendment. So I've deliberately left some new language in blue font, as well as for a zoning bylaw amendment update with blue font. I'm going to preface my comments with a few things. Number one, as in the recommendation, I'm just respectfully asking council to not try and proceed with a motion for decision. We're closer, I think, than we've been in the past on this matter and trying to deal with this matter through regulation, never mind policy. But I think there's some further edits that may be at hand, noted by I did get a call from Councillor Manctillo just in terms of a technical review, and we went over a few things, and he made some very good points. And there's comments that came in from a local citizen as well. And I have that email through Councillor Manctillo. That said, if we do make a few more changes to these draft amendments, I think the best approach, as in my report noted, is to post them online, next week or so when time permits. Let the citizenry of Mono digest these two amendments, make further comments, ideally online, and then come back in the new year by second quarter, end of first quarter, to try and bring this through to a council consideration for decision. I think, if you read the two amendments, I mean, as I said, none of what I do is rocket science, but things can get a bit technical and tricky, sometimes contentious. This may be one of those matters. The comment that did come through, and I appreciate the comment, by the way, that came through Councillor Manctillo from a local citizen, was the length of driveways. And the fact that longer driveways for rural properties is one of the, as she noted, one of the sort of the bucolic elements that lend itself to greater privacy for rural residential homes, and that's true. And the difficult part is going to be crafting a final zoning bylaw amendment because of its regulation context. And I know that will need some further work on that. So anyway, this is a net lot frontage approach to the zoning bylaw amendment. And what it does is it tries to balance rural residential frontage to gross floor area as a ratio. And that's what you have in the draft zoning bylaw amendment. The official plan amendment is policy-based, and there may be further tweaks to that policy base, but I think what we've got is fairly good. Some of the issues that came up were, do we have a definition for gross floor area? The answer is yes, we do. We don't need a further one. But what you'll notice is that it does, in that amendment, the OPA, include a concept of development envelope. And so what I've tried to do is say, okay, within the parameter of a rural residential lot frontage to a proposed house size, how do we control and limit the overall impact on the lot, particularly arable lots, by curtailing the dispersion, if you want to say, of driveways and septic systems and wells and outshed buildings and garages and the like, in conjunction with a primary house? And how do we make it a bit more compact within a prescribed area? That's what the development envelope definition and initiative is intending to do. As I said earlier, the chart in the zoning bylaw gives a graduated approach to frontage to lot area. There's a little bit of art and science to that in how that graduation is laid out. It could be changed, it could be tweaked. And with this two-prong approach, we not only have policy, an approach of what can be a good town planning principle for Mono with respect to this matter, but also some allied teeth through the zoning bylaw amendment. But it's tricky with the zoning bylaw amendment so that whatever comes out the other end, if it becomes approved by council, that it doesn't entangle bona fide farming lots and structures and the like, and doesn't also result in a flurry of minor variance applications. Now, if you go to the zoning amendment, you'll see that there is an upset limit being proposed on GFA, and it is 520 odd meters, if I've got my math here in front of me. I just got to check my report. 520 meters, which is about 5,600 square feet. That's a pretty big house. If somebody wants one bigger, and we may very well see the odd one here and there, then that's a minor variance. And what we're saying at that point is, Mr. Homer, okay, we need to see some other parameters beyond what's embedded in the policy, the draft amendment, and the zoning draft amendment. Meaning to say, we may need to add some site plan type related oversight into your larger home beyond 5,600 square feet plus or minus. That's what the threshold on that number is meant to do. It takes it to the next level. Someone doesn't want a 12,000 square foot home. Well, we're going to apply some further site plan related matters you're going to have to undergo for review. You may recall,
Dave,
back in October last year,
Dave?
the amendment introduced an approach of a site plan memorandum of understanding.
Dave, can I?
And while that's
can
not
I
a bad
interrupt-
thing.
Can I interrupt you there for a moment? You've just used the expression.
Yep,
site
yes, go
plan.
ahead.
And I note in your memo that the Ford government banned the application of site plans to residential structures except in rare circumstances. So
Yes, that's-
why would we have the ability to insist on a site plan for the?
To answer your question, Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
well, I can answer that. We've got to do a little bit of a detour on that provision, and I'll explain it right now. Yes, site plan control under Section 41 of the Plan Act has been curtailed for low-density lots through Bill 23. Doesn't mean we can't look at some kind of small s site design, small d design oversight. May need to vet that through our good town solicitor first in view of Bill 23, but if we can, we could do that. If not, then we can add further policy to the official plan amendment that would say if you are over a certain house size, say 5,700 square feet or 5,600 square feet, then thou shall do the following design, site design related things without calling it or labeling it site plan control. So there's a nuance there, a distinction, but probably doable. Beyond that, I don't know if there's much more I need to add. I'm probably going to need a few questions from you. Oh, the one thing I should mention to you is you'll see in the official plan amendment and in the report, the speaking of about 15% lot area for the development envelope. That's a policy percentage. That's like, here, we want to keep the house and the garage and the driveway and all the ancillary elements within about a 15% prescribed area on the lot. In the bylaw, we have a 10% lot coverage, which applies to four-walled structures and a roof. Okay, that's all it applies to, as it always has, meaning to say that it would capture a house and a garage and an outshed or an outbuilding with four walls, as lot coverage has always done under our bylaw and any bylaw for that matter. So that's a nuance and distinction there, just because it may be a bit confusing for some folks. I could go on detail to detail, but I mean, I'm open for questions at this point. If council or anyone online who is a citizen and has questions for me to answer.
So we do have two members of the public with us today, one of whom is a former Mono councillor, Councillor Rosenbrock, formerly Councillor Rosenbrock, and I know that she's submitted something in writing to us. Karen, would you like to come forward if you have any questions or comments? And then Signe, you're more than welcome to do so as well.
Members of council and David, thanks for
Yeah, there you go. And if you
Okay.
just state your name for the record.
Yes, Karen Rosenbrock. Thank you, members of council, staff, and David for allowing me to address this issue. It was brought to, Signe brought it to light, and I'm just, I thought I gave it a little bit of thought yesterday just because, you know, in my role as a landscape architect, I come across a lot of rural properties, and I've also had the privilege of doing and preparing site plans, you know, a lot of them for the Niagara Escarpment. And like you said, is that, you know, lot coverage, you know, maintaining a building cluster and siting homes, buildings, driveways, you know, septic systems, whatever, in the most compact way possible. And, but within the town of Mono, even areas outside of Niagara Escarpment control, you know, we have a lot of valley lands, we have a lot of lands that are within Credit Valley Conservation, Ottawasaga Valley, you know. The town of Mono has also just recently implemented the natural heritage system, where we're basically, you know, integrating that also with our siting. So it's very complex in Mono to basically put a simple template on a house. And the, you know, I know that, you know, just even listening to you now, David, I might even just, you know, trying to sort of think, I know that when the Niagara Escarpment Plan came into being, they did a lot of research into planning principles like all across the United States and Canada, and they adopted one that was related to each specific lot. You know, and I know that can be cumbersome, and especially if you're trying to draft something for the official plan and the zoning bylaws, but that's where sort of objectives and guidelines, you know, are, you know, if there's a way of wording it in such a way, Because it's been my experience that lots in Mono come in all different shapes and sizes. I've seen lots just, in order to accommodate a driveway entrance, a lot might have a super long frontage, but almost no depth. And then, or vice versa, a long driveway if the only building site happens to be at the far, the back end of the property. And I also understand that we're also balancing, farming and agricultural units as well, even though that doesn't seem to be as dominant a case as much in Mono anymore, but depending on where you are, clearly. So, there's a lot to take into consideration. And I know homeowners, a lot of them, they want to do the right thing, and they're just not, they're not aware of it. And, having spent a whole lifetime doing nothing but site plans, I know that where there was maybe a original resentment, I think they're, even the Niagara Escarpment claims that they do approve most plans, but they just provide guidance and they shift them in the best way possible. And, mostly the homeowners are receptive to that. So anyhow, that's what I'm saying. I appreciate your heads up to the long driveway. I personally like the concept of a long driveway. I know our former CEO, Keith McNenly, that was something I don't know whether he introduced it, but it was something he encouraged because, a lot of the issues in Mono are view sheds. And we do, when you talk to a lot of residents, they really do appreciate the countryside feel of Mono. And even though the density is increasing and the province, wants us to sort of do our bit to increase density, either, keeping them, doing them clustering major development in certain areas helps, to protect our farmland. But for the existing lots of record that are out there, a lot of them, do have a lot of different shapes and, they take a lot of different form following watercourses or ravines or cliffs or what have you, So anyhow, and when I saw the chart, I think my initial knee-jerk reaction was I thought that, lot frontages, the direct relationship of lot frontage and size, that, that is something that certainly can be adopted for site plan control within the subdivision areas or proposed areas where we know we have a 45-foot frontage or a 65-foot frontage, that there is a relationship to the size of the lot and the depth of the lot to the size of the house, maintaining side yard distances and driveways, et cetera. So, but also, I also think that in Mono we have to, keep in mind too that what attracts people to Mono is, a lot of people have a lot of different hobbies. I've seen people with private airstrips and tennis courts and swimming pools, as well as workshops where they do a variety of things. A lot of Olympic training, for horses. There's arenas. Biathlon training centers. Like these things all require an innovative use of the land, and also it involves security and involves privacy. So again, putting all development up close to the road isn't always the answer, and and I know there was I think what prompted this with where Signe was saying that that there's a few. What we're seeing now is, and that's a whole other issue, is we're seeing these larger homes, whether or not they're just weekend homes or whether they're multi-generational homes, or how they're handled. Maybe there's a way, to further examine the house layout to try and determine if indeed it is just a single-family home, or how we deal with that. Because, with the more people that live in these homes, the more services they're going to require, right? So, but again, again, we are, we're encouraging multiculturalism. We are, we're certainly aware of the various, the newcomers that are coming to the area. And I've always been a proud Canadian in that, that we can express ourselves, So, I've seen communities, in other places, where, all houses have to be taupe and all the roofs have to be whatever, and then you end up with, with a little town called Pleasantville, And so I think that, we want freedom of expression, but you can still provide guidelines in terms of volume and heights and, and setbacks from major features. And like David said, again, keeping everything compact. So anyhow, that's about it. I've sent some notes. I'm happy to share them with council and staff. It's probably easier rather than reading it out, is just to share them.
Any questions or comments based on? Yes, go ahead.
thank you very much for your comments. Yeah, it just adds to the complexity of it all, right? So how have other municipalities done it with each lot? You mentioned that individual lots. I mean, you have to have some basic part for the official plan and for the rules. But then how do you get people to ignore the basic because, oh, now you have a special lot because of your, are there municipalities that have been successful in that?
Well, I know that Niagara Escarpment's been incredibly successful with that, and they generally get input from the various conservation authorities too. But I know the Oak Ridges, I work on properties in the Oak Ridges Moraine and the Greenbelt, and they all have similar policies right now, and it's I think people come to expect it. Like again, when I first started working, people balked at the idea of a site plan. I remember I was living in Amaranth, and our Reeve at the time, he said, over my dead body. But I won't mention his name because I do love the man. But anyhow, it was. But people appreciate, the thought process. Over and over again, people say, Karen, I did not think of that. That they cite their homes and they forget to cite the septic, or they put the septic and then that's where the future pool should be, and they have no idea how vehicles turn around in this snowy weather, and you have to allow for visitor parking, and like David said too, it's not just the bricks and mortar four walls, but lot coverage. A lot of the municipalities are counting paved surfaces as that comes into the equation as well. That your previous speaker here, he was talking about permeable paving and bioswales, stormwater management. These are all things that take away from, every time you build a home, you're taking away from a natural system, or and even in agricultural lands. But that everybody has their own needs, right? And we have to be flexible. But having different rules, we can have different requirements for built-up areas, like for hamlets, villages, areas, like subdivisions, where we have definite lot sizes. But on a rural lot, I'm not sure. When David was saying too that there's always the exception to the rule. The first application where the fellow wants an 8,000 square foot house, he'll say, fine, I'll just have a site plan and I'll plant a few trees around it, right? So there has to be a rationale as to why. Maybe again, I don't have the answers today. I really don't. But like you said, it's fairly complex, and I guess finding out what it is, what is near and dear to us is, I think, what brought this to the forefront is, it's not like what you don't see won't hurt you, but especially the ones close to the road. When you see, and there are clear examples of humongous homes on really postage stamp lots, and relating it to a lot. Does that mean that if you have 100 acres, you can build, Downton Abbey? It's, and then we think of the post use as well. It's what happens when these? We had a situation, I think, in North Mono where, a Russian oligarch built, a huge home, and with the idea he was going to gobble up all the neighbors as well, and then he left, right? So then we're, Mono's left with this, this big white elephant of a huge building, right? And what's the after use? Does it become a private school for young boys? I don't know, whatever, but, we do, what happens to these buildings after these owners can't manage them too? So, or maybe adding environmental considerations to them, there's a lot of reasons why we don't want a big home, So, I don't know, but I'm just saying it's an issue, it's a good one, but I'm just saying it's more complex because we're not just a community of subdivisions, so.
Elaine, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, you've raised some awesome points, and I think it's very hard, and I appreciate the work that you've gone through, David, and to prepare this and bring this back, but it's very hard to take this and just stamp it everywhere, because it's very hard to fit that, because, this is a square, and we got a whole bunch of round holes out there. So this square peg doesn't necessarily fit, and I agree with you. So that's a challenge. And I did note that there was, under the neglects, there's no climate impact mention, nor is there impact to neighboring water supply, which is probably somewhere else, and I just don't know where that shows up. But I also, not understanding why this is only on non-farm rural, because I know, for example, we are letting people build 5,000 square foot homes in the middle of an prime agricultural lot. So I question how this fits and why we've not included that. And to your point about driveways and where the home is situated, if it's near a corner and you make the driveway longer and make them put the house back further, then you're encroaching on the person who's next door, possibly, because of the way the lots are. So it's complicated. It's very complicated, and I don't understand the height limit. 11 meters is 36 feet. Do you want these comments now or later?
Well, I
We
was
just wanted to
going to
ask
give
Karen
David
questions.
a chance to respond to some of the comments that he's heard here. And then I think we can each
Sure.
Okay,
invite
so
further
I'll-
public input, and then we can each have
All
at
right,
it
all right.
ourselves.
So I agree with your comments that it's a challenge.
I've heard everything, and I appreciate everything. I mean, I knew there would be dialogue on this, absolutely, particularly with the zoning bylaw amendment, because it's law, right? It's zoning by law. It would change the bylaw to entrench parameters which not every larger house on a rural residential lot can necessarily fit in. And yes, I did struggle with, what we do with, say, a limitation on setback for front yard of 25 meters, given what Karen said. All good, by the way. It needs further examination, I think. I guess if we were to take the zoning bylaw amendment and say, okay, well, is there something better? I mean, Karen had mentioned what the NEC's done with their development permit system, which is a DPA system which combines essentially, permissibility of use and what otherwise would be a minor variance process into one permit system. Maybe that's an approach for the rest of the rural area of Mono, outside of what the scope of the NEC and their jurisdictional area in Mono and elsewhere for that matter. And then if it's applicable, I don't know if we'll be at this point, have to look at it into the provincial plans elsewhere, the Greenbelt and the Oak Ridges Moraine, that would have to be assessed. So I don't know. I mean, I'm speaking to Karen here, right, as much as the rest of council is, maybe a DPA system, given her expertise as an OALA landscape architect, maybe have some consideration. And yeah, I look forward to any input further, Karen, that you can provide. So maybe a DPA system for rural Mono beyond those provincial plan areas may be an option. But if not, then yes, we're going to have to maybe circle back on some of the zoning bylaw amendment provision. Think about, well, okay, what about 50 meters setback? I mean, to your point, Councillor Capes, at forefront of my mind was a particular house not far from you that's in the middle of a prime ag lot. And I won't go into the, what was my preemptive position on trying to deal with that. It is what it is, and it's there. And that's exactly the kind of thing I think that we're trying to manage. And yeah, it's beyond 25 meters. So how do we deal with that? I don't want to get online with that particular property, but that's exactly the kind of thing that the zoning bylaw amendment is trying to deal with. So if there was a shorter driveway in that case, it wouldn't be the donut hole in the middle of a prime ag lot, right? And I've said from the outset at the beginning, this is probably going to take a bit further work, particularly on a zoning bylaw amendment aspect, before it comes back to council. The good part is, though, you've got something in front of you which the tires on which can be kicked, and they have been kicked, and that's all good. And yes, I am looking for summary comments from everyone that can feed back into a reexamination, probably mostly with the zoning amendment, if that continues to be the approach we take.
Thank you. Are there any other public members who would like to speak? morning, Signe.
Good morning, Signe Ball. Thank you so much for dealing with this topic, first of all. I think it's really an important one, not just for Mono, for everywhere. And basically what she said, I have more questions. Elaine, you raised the topic of climate change and the carbon footprint load. And there are certainly ways of looking at planning where you say, okay, what's the, where you measure it by its carbon footprint, rather where build out is we have enough places generating enough carbon that we're done for our region. Anyway, I do think in developing the amendment that the notion of climate load should be emphasized. I have nothing to base this on, but my guess is that a lot of the largest homes, that a significant proportion of the largest homes are not full-time residents, are vacant a lot of the year, probably winter largely, and they are being heated and so on through that time. I have no idea how you legislate that, but it seems to me that that's an argument against it, or part of an argument against it. There hasn't been any mention, I don't think, of secondary homes, and I'm not sure what the status of secondary houses, I mean, secondary residences on a property are and how they might fold into this in terms of the development envelope. The other thing, I think it's worth considering if the topic of house size is being opened up, is minimum house size. Right now, I think the minimum in Mono is 1,400 square feet, and I think it could be lowered. I think there are a lot of houses already in Mono, old houses like mine, that probably don't meet the 1,400 square foot standard, but which are perfectly livable places. Anyway, without getting too diverted by that, I think it's all part of the same package. And finally, I think Karen made this point, but it's not just, in my mind, it's not just a question of where the house sits on the property, but sight lines. Sight lines are every bit as important. So the house that we've all been talking about, for example, that house from the second line has a low profile. I didn't realize for the longest time that it was even the same house. I'd go sailing by it and not really notice it, and then I'd be going along 5 and notice it. If that house were sitting far back from the road, and to take another property as an example, if it were sitting on the former Rutledge property, and the front of the house were at the top of that beautiful gully that goes through, and the back of the house was down the gully, that house would, it would be okay.
Where's the Rutledge?
Clarence.
Clarence Rutledge's. On Mona Center Road. So there's this beautiful gully, and it would depend on who's viewing from the other side, what other views are being obstructed. But in theory, that house could have been banked down a hill like that and well off the road, been entirely successful, basically, as a build. I note that that house is immediately, it's on the other side of the Niagara Escarpment Protection Area, right? It's on the south side. So it was not subject, presumably, to any of the NEC restrictions. But a large percentage of Mono is in Niagara Escarpment. Niagara Escarpment actually has, Karen can speak to this more than me, but pretty good regulations around siting and sight lines. A lot of Mono is already subject to those. I think it's arguably, you could just make them more or less mono-wide. But they're complicated. I don't know if anybody's looked them up. I've discussed them with a couple of people. And that would put a burden on the town. I mean, to whatever, police it. But there are, in fact, many examples out there. And, you know, we have one that occupies whatever it is, 40% of our town already. So, anyway, those are my thoughts.
Any questions or comments for Signe? Thank you. And I'd like to echo your comment about the minimum size house. I have it written down here to raise because it's highly discriminatory against the tiny home
agree.
movement.
And this is, in this, I mean, it always has been, but in this climate where we're looking for, you know, even someone who's buying a, whatever, $1 million lot in Mono and putting a 800 square foot house on it is not, they're middle income. But I think we do need to be serving the missing middle for, not just for their sake, but for the sake of the town and diversity within the town. Anyway, thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
I did just want to thank you for the comments about the climate, because I did attend a webinar, and I was solely talking about the impact of Canadians are the worst offenders of contributing to climate detriment because of large homes.
I just read an article yesterday too, and I'll have to look up where it is. But you know, all the climate emphasis has been on, you know, industry. And in fact, houses, and you're right, Canada is among the worst, because it's cold, right? But the rich, if you divide it between the rich and the poor, and never mind the poor, the less rich, what was it? Oh, I've almost got the stat, but the top 10%, well, the top 1%, but the top 10%, just one below, I'll find this article and email it to you, are responsible, and I'm sorry, I've lost the number, but it's like 40% of residential carbon footprint. And the top 1% are responsible, or generate equivalent to the bottom 60-something%. So it's, you know, I'll find it. Fred, you may have, you've clearly read it too.
And I think, too, your point about when those homes are used and what's in those homes. Like, if you have an 8-bedroom home and they're all ensuite bathroomed,
Mhm.
the size of the septic for that and the draw on the water for that, when you're talking about little rural properties that are, you know, maybe all drawing from a same water aquifer, there's no water protection, source protection around that, and there's no supervision around that. Like, you don't know what the impact is on neighboring properties, so that's a concern. So
One other thought you made me think, or you reminded me of, just on the length of driveways. I'm, of course, entirely in favor of preserving arable land. But building in the middle of the lot, you can have fields in front of your house, you know, as I once did. So, you know, I think the main thing is don't build on the, wherever it is, the farmland or the wetland or the, you know, site, so that you're protecting, or you're doing the least damage to the resources of the property. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone online who'd like to weigh in? Seeing none, I'm gonna jump in first because I've got a few thoughts, and then I'll defer to colleagues. I think it's very important not to lose sight of the difference between coverage and the frontage issue. Because to my mind, there's nothing worse than an oversized house on a tiny lot, regardless of what the frontage may happen to be. And, you know, we saw this in Toronto in spades with places like Leaside, where backyards were sacrificed to expansion of houses, and it basically becomes the postage stamp phenomena of a large house on too small a lot. I just throw that out there. I like the idea of having some kind of environmental requirement for the oversized house that is maybe a little less than what you'd be required to do under the Ontario Building Code for a regular house. There's no question that the larger house has a bigger impact, you know, for the reasons that have been stated here. We did have a discussion at the county about this a number of weeks ago, and it was suggested to us that we could actually put in our official plan or zoning requirements, you know, for extra insulation, heat pumps, whatever. But I think the larger home triggers that consideration. And the one thing I do like about your report, David, is that you do have an upset of 520 square meters, and the suggestion being that anything in excess of that would require a minor variance, and the scrutiny that a minor variance would bring about, and it would bring us to the point of encouraging or requiring various things that otherwise might be called site plan. Final question is for Les. It's always bothered me that in our development charges, we have a single development charge for a residence, regardless of size, and yet we have all of our commercial DCs are based on square footage or square meters. It strikes me that a big house has a larger impact on servicing than a small house. Stands to reason, especially if the large house is multi-generational, as an example. Is it not possible that we either reopen or use the next opportunity to review development charges to basically differentiate between the large house versus the small house?
It's a valid point you make, Mr. Mayor. Actually, in our budget for today, we have already gone through, we are doing an update to our development charge bylaw next year. So it's a golden opportunity to look at that.
Perfect. Okay, members of council. Fred?
David, I just have one sort of mechanical question, and I've read your report, great. Some of it's a bit over my head and gave me a headache, but the thought that kept going through my mind is this: we probably have a lot of houses in Mono that wouldn't meet the standards in this zoning bylaw currently. So I'm guessing at that. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm guessing, particularly if you measure that development envelope. What happens when one of those homeowners who wouldn't meet the standards now, if they wanted to do what they have done in the past, wants to build an auxiliary building? They're already over the standards that we have in the zoning bylaw. What happens if they come in and want to build a new garage or a workshop? Or a tennis court, or a swimming pool,
Sure.
or a secondary house?
Yeah, you'll recall that we made a revision to the accessory structures provisions in our zoning bylaw. Hope you can still hear me.
Yes.
Through amending bylaw 2020-46. The history for which I don't need to reiterate again. And those parameters still apply with respect to accessory buildings of a non-farm nature. So I think it was 2020. it's under section 5. So that deals with accessory buildings. That's still in there. That has not changed.
Okay, even though I can't remember that,
What this new bylaw would do, though, Deputy Mayor Nix, is it capture it within the development envelope. So we would want that, I'll put a size on it, that 4,000 foot garage or outbuilding. We'd want it captured within the existing
but David, my question
built
was.
area footprint, which in most cases would be the case anyway. Someone wouldn't put a new building that size out the back 40,
David,
but that would apply.
my question is, what if the existing house,
Sorry, go ahead.
if the existing house and driveway and everything else already exceeds what this zoning bylaw would allow in terms of a development envelope? What if it's already too big, and then they come in and they want to add something to it?
Well, what exists is legal it would be legal non-conforming. It would not meet the requirements if this new bylaw, zoning bylaw amendment, let's just hypothetically say were approved today. What's on the ground is on the ground under the current zoning regulation. We can't change that. That's the legal nonconformity test. So that wouldn't apply for
David,
what's there. But
David, asking it a different way, would it trigger a minor variance? If what's on that?
if it was adding to
The
the
development envelope.
gross floor area of the house, so taking that limit of 5,700 square feet and exceeding that, yes, that would create a minor variance because the house would now be over that upset GFA limit.
Yeah, but there's a subtlety
Might
here.
need
It's
might
not-
have to confer legal with that, but I think that'd be the case.
There's a subtlety here. It's not an
Because the new addition, the new addition
Yes,
would exceed the 520 square meters. Either that, or we'd have a provision in the bylaw that would say, well, okay, if you already had 4,500 square feet and you add, the difference that would make it exceed 520, then the bylaw wouldn't capture you. But otherwise it would, because it would have an upset limit of over 520, which would be a minor variance. Unless we exempted it through further language in the amendment.
Okay, I guess the question is, it's not you could have two scenarios. One is that you put an addition onto a house that puts it over the 520 square meters, and that would then trigger a minor variance. Or you have a smaller home and you propose adding an accessory structure. Does the addition of the accessory structure have the same impact as putting an addition on the house?
No, it would be subject to that amending bylaw 2020-47. I said 46. I stand corrected. It was 47, which amended section 5(1)(c) as in Charlie, the zoning bylaw regarding accessory buildings and structures. And again, the history as to how that came about. So that accessory building would need to comply with that particular requirement, but we would still want to capture its location on the lot within this 15% coverage development envelope. Remember, that's a policy prescription, the 15%. It's under the official plan amendment, not the zoning bylaw.
Just to remind everyone.
So it would be captured under that.
That amendment that David is talking about quite considerably reduced the size of an accessory structure. we had a problem down the road with a very, very large accessory structure being requested that we had little or no control over, and it caused us to reconsider the size of a accessory structure, certainly in proportion to the residence that is on a property. Does that describe it, David?
Correct.
Any questions or comments from council for Elaine?
So I'm gonna go back again. Sorry, thank you. I'm gonna go back again and ask the question about why this is only non-farm rural and why it wouldn't apply to farm or prime agricultural areas. So that's just a question in my mind. The other question is, height limit of 11 meters, which is 36 feet. How many floors are we talking about? And also, when we talk about the GFA, I want to understand, again, is that all floors combined? I'm not sure what this looks like. And looking at the guidebook, to me, those pictures represent a style preference rather than something that would be meaningful for me if I was going to build something and go, okay, what should I be trying to look for to fit into? So I'm just struggling with those things. Thank you, David.
I got that, Councillor Capes. I've noted that. I was reflecting on whether some more schematic diagrams of house size to lot frontage area would be useful. So maybe that should be part and parcel of the brochure. I've noted that. As for height, that would be 3 floors maximum. Most cases, 2, given finished grade. And then with GFA, yes, that's all floor area coverage. We've got the definition of GFA already in the bylaw under section 4, sub 60, and then also sub 80, but sub 80 refers back to 66, I think it is actually in the zoning bylaw.
So can we restrict the number of floors?
Yes, we could do that. We could, well, height, by virtue of the height, we restrict the number of floors. I mean, the building code has a minimum threshold for height anyway, so you couldn't, so if we said, you can only have 8 meters height, and someone said, well, I need to get 4 floors into that, they're not gonna get it. Even if they were very short people, no offense to short people, the building code wouldn't allow it. So there's a limitation that way.
Sure, thank you. But 3 floors is the basement that's not underground, and 2 floors above it, and then a massive roof. So, again, it's how it looks on the landscape. So when you drive and you see this, all the houses sort of blend in wherever they are, and it doesn't matter what style they are, but they kind of fit, and then you come across this thing that just like juts out bigger than life, and you go, that's something should have happened that we could make that sort of fit better.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That's where I'm having the real problem with. I know what I like and what everybody else likes. It seems, the view here, the bubolic ride, driving around and everything. But that's the same reason why somebody, I think, purchased here and builds on the top of in the middle of the field on the top, because they want to look at that from their bathtub, and aren't really picturing how it looks. And so for the freedom of expression that Karen was referring to earlier, I'm conflicted in controlling all of that. It's rude, it's disrespectful to your neighbors, you're not going to make a great neighbor, and so on. But that's where this language, that's where this is tricky. That you've bought 100 acres, and it's no longer used for farm, because that's your next answer to the question that's coming. I think you asked about why is it just rural, because these are different types of properties. It is property that is meant just for a house and some accessory buildings, this development envelope of enjoying the land, not that you're going to monetize the land agriculturally or whatever, right? Because it's got valleys and it's got these other complicated features that Mono has. So we want you to enjoy that, but do I really have the right to control it just because I'm driving by and say I don't like looking at it? I struggle with that.
I probably expressed that wrong. It's not
Well,
that you don't
as
like looking
Karen
at
would
it.
probably say to you, design thematics is in the eye of the beholder, and it's a difficult one because
I'm gonna draw this back
everyone
to
has a
what Karen
mindset.
said, because Karen made a very good point, or no, actually Signe did, about a specific dwelling that if set on a different property in a different way would fit in and wouldn't be jarring to the eye. It doesn't matter what the design is, like housing designs change through decades, and you know when the house is built by what style it is, and that's where we are. But how it is actually situated makes a difference.
Oh, Karen, if you can come forward, sorry.
Still on, okay. Yeah, I think what we're talking to now, it's called, the Niagara Escarpment defines it as visual resource management. And, I remember when it first came out, people thought it was kind of flaky, but it's very real. And so when we talk about view sheds, there's prominent view sheds, like even in the United Kingdom, they protect, there's certain view sheds that are protected. Because it's like everybody agrees, like, oh my God, like I come around the bend in the road and this is the best example of, what Mono has to offer, right? So there are certain view sheds that are worth protecting. I mean, we're not going to get into that right now either. But, I know the Niagara Escarpment also, one of their key view sheds is, for example, the escarpment face, right? So if somebody wants to build right on the top of the escarpment, dominating, and the house is even taller than the escarpment itself, so they have rules like you have to be set back so many feet from the brow and so many feet from the toe that that the escarpment remains the dominant feature, right? And so people building on hilltops, like I always use the line, it's lonely at the top, just like if you go up to the CN Tower and you're walking around that boardwalk, you're really vulnerable. It's windy up there. So it's not a place where you might want to live, right? So people are always encouraged to basically slide their house down the hill a little bit. And when the Niagara Escarpment, if people, if they know the escarpment has a certain height, that they also look at the trees around it. So if you're basically providing trees as a backdrop to the house, even behind the house, that frame the house so that when you're driving by, the house feels like it's tucked into a grove of trees, and they can still have their view, but it's like they're not clearing the entire hillside to get the view, right? So there's ways of siting, and that's where, again, you're not giving people a hard yes or a hard no, is you're just educating them again, is you're just persuading them, that, it's like, it's not only the view out, but it's the view in. And I think that the public, Mono, not that we're a tourism area, but, if we all enjoy the countryside, there's ways that you can still have your house and we can still enjoy it, and that if they're going to do a taller house, they have to think twice about where they site it. And I think listening to some of the other debate about, where do you comment? You only comment on the ones that are applying for minor variance now? Is there, it's almost like maybe there's a graduated way of commenting, is that, if the house is, whatever, under 2,500 square feet, generally, they don't make a big impact. But the larger the home is, so maybe creating that threshold is that, once a home is, over 3,000 square feet, you can encourage them to do a sketch in terms of siting, or maybe, if the home, any home that is going to be over 2 stories, is worth, some extra consideration, so that you're not just cutting it off at the monster homes, is that everybody is part of the process somehow,
Thank you. That's great.
Ralph? This has been great. I really appreciate Karen's and Signe's input. This has been really great. I really appreciate Karen and Signe's input. And David, this is not a tip. I realize this is not an easy thing for you to put together, and I appreciate all the work you've done here. Here are my thoughts.
I appreciate your professional, surgical approach to some of your good technical comments, Councillor Mantillo, and that pun is intended.
Okay. Enough humor. The frontage as a criteria is, to me, clearly too restrictive, and it doesn't apply to too many areas in Mono. I think what my sense is that it is appropriate if you're trying to protect areas that are being tilled, I'm not even sure of that. I live on a farm which is a working farm. There's 50 acres that's being worked, and there's about 50 acres that's inappropriate for being worked, and it actually has been forested. We sit about 100 meters back from the road, and I couldn't be, it wouldn't be of any help to be any closer. So I think that I'm just using my experience as an indication that we really need to be much more flexible with the various different sites that are in Mono. And in fact, most of the sites in Mono are not adjacent to farmland. So we'd be creating a criteria here to protect farmland when often it's not present. Often we've got forests, or we've got valleys, or we've got other areas that are not being farmed. So I think that frontage as a criteria, it was a good attempt, but is not appropriate. Maximum depth is also a part of one of the newest ideas you brought up, and I don't think that fits either. It's nice to have in a suburban area to have people who are not too far back, perhaps from the property, but I think that you have to allow the placement of the home to fit the geography, and this will often require much more setback than the 25 acres you suggested. So I'm afraid I'd delete that too. A number of people have mentioned the small home. That's 22. I think it's 22G, and that we do need to include that. We need to revise it. 120 acres, 120 meters, which is, by the way, floor area. It's not house area. 120 acres is 120 square meters is the minimum at the moment, and that's I think inappropriate, and it needs to be downsized quite significantly. Pardon? All right, but I think you may be right. There is another issue here which a number of people have brought up, and we need to decide if this is important for us or not. At the moment, our criteria are primarily aesthetic, and they relate to preserving the landscape and the rural character, and we've given strong credence to the appropriateness of the scale fitting the land. The idea was, so when this was first brought up, it was proposed by somebody that you could put almost any size lot, any size building in a lot if the lot was large enough and it was accommodated. We've been on making things bigger for since the Second World War, with the concept that bigger was better, and this is going to end, and we need to be a part of this. Mono has taken on community climate change action plan, and I think we're very serious about it. We need to recognize that homes are a major part of our carbon footprint. In fact, they're the second largest of transportation in Mono, and this is needs to be a part of our thinking in planning this. I think that we need to downsize the maximum size from the 5,000, whatever it is, 520 meters. Either we need to downsize that significantly, or if we allow it, we have to put very strong green energy standards to houses which are above a certain size. I do need, David, I need more convincing about the idea of a development window and how that would be effective. So I guess the biggest thing I'd like to suggest is that
Development envelope window.
No, So I was saying, I need to be convinced that the idea of a development window is beneficial to us. The development window, the idea that you can have 15% of, as long as it includes your pool, it includes your septic system, your driveway, your decks, et cetera. I think that if we've got the one criteria of 10% of the property for the residents, that may be enough. It may be adding complexity to have a development window. But I'm here to be convinced. But my overriding suggestion here is that we need to decide our criteria.
Okay.
We need to decide if the issue of the environment is important to us, and if we're going to bring that into this this plan.
One,
Okay.
To bring to Mayor Crewland mentioned that we know that larger homes use the larger carbon footprint. They use it in two ways: in construction and then in maintenance. And there's a very interesting study which was done down in Colorado, because they ran into this problem about 4 years ago, Pitkin County, and they analyzed the carbon footprints of large homes. And the carbon footprint per square foot of home is about twice as large as it is for a large home as it is for a medium or small home. In other words, if you have a 4,000 square foot home, the carbon footprint is X. If it's an 8,000 square foot home, it's not 2X, it's 4X. And this is because of the other things that are put in, from heated driveways to pools to high ceilings, extra appliances, etc. In addition, as Signe mentioned, it's likely that a lot of these large homes that are being heated are not used most of the time, or nobody's living in them much of the time.
thank you. I was going to mention something else that came up at County Council, and that is the review of the building code permit fees. And one of the features of the very, very large homes is that they don't necessarily get constructed very quickly. And in fact, they sit for years, probably without a occupancy permit, and they get built in stages. And I can think of two in Mono that appear to be far from complete, and yet the building department of the county of Dufferin is proposing to charge a $200 fee per year of an outstanding or incomplete building permit, just $200. And that's your price of admission to have a project that goes on forever and ever and ever. And I'm going to be speaking out very, very strongly that you don't build a big house unless you intend to finish it, within a decent period of time. I can understand somebody having a year's forgiveness, but I can think of instances where it goes on for multiple years. And as long as somebody's not attempting to occupy it without an occupancy permit, that's fine, but we're only going to make them pay $200 a year. Elaine?
Question, thank you for bringing that up. Is there no time frame associated at all with a build from the time you start to build to the time you have an occupancy permit? Is there no restriction?
Well,
Not sure if someone else can answer
Go
that.
ahead, and then Fred.
David, it's you.
I'm sorry. The Building Code Act does limit timeframe for start of construction through to substantial construction, meaning almost, largely done, not yet occupant ready, through to occupancy. I think it's about 2 years.
I was just going to add the anecdote.
After which someone would have to reapply or have their permit renewed.
Great, thank you.
I know someone who's living in a house, that's been in a house for over 30 years, and has never bothered to get an occupancy permit. So,
Is that you?
no, it's not me.
Any further comments before we close out the meeting? Well, David, I think you have a good sense of what the public is looking for, as well as what council is looking for. I know it's going to be a mammoth task to try and address all of those things, but we've made a start here today, and our thanks to you and our thanks to the members of the public who've been agitating for this for some time, and we know we have a challenge, but I think we're up to meeting it.
I thank everyone who attended today and made comments. Signe and Karen, thank you so much for your comments. These are all meaningful. And for council comments as well. So I'm going to take all of these comments. I've written them all down. I'm going to re-examine this. There's some other underlying themes here, of course, about the aesthetics and the cumulative impact of aesthetic design in rural mono, and come up with some more creative ideas or options, I think, as well. Either try and augment the zoning approach or remove it or replace it with maybe a DPA type approach, and certainly may add a bit more clarity to the guideline, as Elaine, Councillor Capes had mentioned.
Thank you.
So I've written all these comments down. I appreciate that. I knew this would get a lot of discussion, but trying to make headway on this and bring it back in the new year for further review.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
And-
That's all I have to say.
And thank you, David, and Councillor Magdalo articulated it very well, and you also said this was, the case of here's the tires, come and kick them and see where we go. So it was a good starting place, and I appreciate the effort that went into trying to simplify something that's very, very complex. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I have a motion that we close the public meeting and resume the regular meeting of council.
You're
Oh. Any movers, seconders? Deputy Mayor Nix moves, seconded by Councillor Magdalo. Any opposition? Motion is carried. Yeah, let's have a break. Let's have a 10-minute break.
And we are back live.
Thank you, and having risen and reported from the statutory public meeting, I have a motion that we receive the report of the Director of Planning titled Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, Large Houses on Rural Lots, statutory public meeting dated November 28th, 2023, and that comments presented and/or submitted at the statutory public meeting be considered by planning staff in conjunction with a follow-up report at a future council session for consideration of any council decision. Do I have a mover? Elaine Capes, seconded by Ralph Mangtalo. Any opposed? That motion is carried. And our next item on the list will be the budget. So Les, will you remind us how far we got or how much more there is to do?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We left off with finishing off notes to page 13. That was the Public Works construction and capital page. The next couple of pages 14 and 14B are the Public Works equipment and fleet costs. The first few lines are the cost of the shop next door and the general vehicle costs where you'll find the fuel, the insurance. The large line, 1290, the 1.3 million, there's a notes to this page of which vehicles are in the budget for purchase.
Could you move your mic a little closer? Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're on page 14, Les?
We're on page 14.
Correct. Yes.
Am I allowed to go back to the notes to page 13, just to ask a question?
Sure.
Or no? I just want to go back to the question about Cedar Lane and Shell Crescent, just to ask a couple of questions about. There's a concern with taking equipment down that road. Is it hard to snowplow? Is it hard to grate? Are they the same size machines? Are they the same machines? So getting it in and out as Airport Road is the concern. Are they the same size machines? So I guess that's what I don't understand. So thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Councillor Capes. It really depends on, like, they need to be graded during the summer months, obviously, because it does get potholed. Depending on the weather in the wintertime, we do take a grader in there and scrape that ice blade through it there. From time to time, we will take a plow truck, a smaller plow truck in there and maintain it, but generally it's a greater route, just for ice blading purposes and summer maintenance.
Okay, thank you. And then, this is kind of a crazy thing, but would it be cost effective to take a truck and a driver or a flag person so that when the vehicle's going in and out onto Airport Road, we can control that and there's no fear of, accident, and preserving safety, which is that cheaper than paving the entire road? I don't know. It's just, is there other ways that we could deal with the issue? Because it's controversial in terms of people on those lanes, whether they want it paved or don't want it paved. So just asking those questions.
Well, I can report firsthand that while we've heard from an individual who wants it paved and brought up to an urban standard, we've also heard from other residents who do not want that to occur. And this seems to me that it's $700,000 that we can defer, maybe indefinitely or forever.
But Elaine is trying to make this, if we do a saving, she's trying to see that this is a safe, that we have a safety issue.
That's fair, but I'm just speaking to the capital aspect, and we're obviously going to try and find monies to save, and I would say this is at the top of my hit parade.
No, I agree with you, and I don't think Matt answered Elaine's question.
About the safety, can we control the safety another way?
So I wouldn't recommend us, I don't think the county would permit us doing traffic control on Airport Road. That would be that'd be tricky. Could we use different vehicles? We've been maintaining those roads, Shell and Cedar, for a long time. So there's definitely ways around it. Like I said, this project was brought to the attention of council and staff through a petition. It was supported because we have some historical examples of what precedents that we've set. For example, Campbell Road, Browns Road, those types of situations, we're running a grader down Highway 10, pulling out on Mono Center Road and Highway 10. So that was the support there. Now, there's other means of maintaining the road, and we've been doing it, and we could continue to do so.
Anything else on,
Well, while we're on that project, just want to point out, even though the cost is listed at 700,000, you see a couple pages down in the budget in the revenue section, it's partly funded by the gas tax, 470,000. So if that project does come out, it's a net saving of 230.
okay. Understandable, but it frees up those gas tax
It
monies to be
freezes up, yes.
spent elsewhere. Okay. Thanks. Let's charge ahead, 14.
So, page 14, there's no questions on that page.
I had one, but I just answered it. I couldn't find the electric vehicle reserve on your reserve page of $50,000, but now I found it. You
It's
put
in
it
the
in
notes.
with the vehicle reserve, so it's not a separate reserve, which is okay. That's what I just wanted to make sure I knew where it was going.
Lynn?
So, looking at the John Deere backhoe, 1281 line, it's gone from like $5,000 to $25,000 for maintenance and repair. So maybe I can be enlightened about that. 1281 for the John Deere backhoe, which is like, it's on page 14.
Halfway down the page.
Yeah, halfway down.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Councillor Capes. Yes, it's a 2012. The tires need to be replaced. The bucket needs to be repaired. We've seen a significant increase in tire costs from 2018 to 2023. We've seen about a 50% increase for tandem, single axles, graders, etc. So graders have jumped about 50% from about $1,500 to $2,000 in 2018 to $3,000 to $4,000 currently. So that's supply and install. So we do maximize the life of grader, all our tires. We move them around to different pieces of equipment. We have a grader leaving in March to be replaced with a approved grader that's taking its place, and we'll be shifting the older tires onto that machine. And so we do try to maximize the tire use, but we only have one backhoe, and the tires are getting up there, so, in age. So that's to answer that.
Yeah, go ahead. Anything else from council? Go ahead, Les.
Okay, we can go to the notes to page 14. That's the listing of the equipment to be purchased. And, actually, council already authorized the first three items on the list: the grader, the single axle international, and then the tandem. And then from last year, which got cut, we were budgeting the replacement of the F-250. And then you'll see later in the budget, all this is being financed out of reserves. Down the page is the contribution to vehicle reserve.
Les, Ralph's got a question.
Question, maybe a little tangential, but we have the F-250 to be replaced for $90,000, and I don't think that there's a F-250 electric out yet, but we had discussions about getting an electric pickup truck, and that was put aside, I think, on the basis that the assessment of the usefulness of an electric pickup truck for commercial use, for our type of use, was not quite there yet. And is that still your feeling?
Thanks, Councillor Minkdalo. Yeah, I put some wording in my capital budget report about that. We're just, the trucks roll on two shifts. And throughout days like today, they're on the side of the road at times running, 4 ways and all the lights, road closures and whatnot. And the charging capabilities right now, we just don't have. And I think we need a little bit more information before Public Works is comfortable with recommending that we go with a truck. This is an F-250, like you said. It's a heavier duty truck. It has a lot of equipment that it carries around, larger box, and there's not a comparable electric vehicle at this point.
Jump in, Counselor.
Just to add to that, Matt, because I was sort of surprised, we did the county budget, and they bought an EV Ford 150 a year ago, and in their budget for 2024, I think they have 3 pickup trucks at $60,000, because it depends, and I asked, why aren't you buying electric vehicles? And it depends so much on the use of those vehicles, and the particular uses of the 3 pickup trucks they need to buy, it wouldn't be suitable to put an electric vehicle, apparently.
At the bottom of the notes to page 14, as I was mentioning, the contributions to reserve, we have the reserve split out. 250, our annual reserve contribution to the fleet, and then the new reserve for an electric vehicle that was established in the previous budget. So a total contribution of $300,000. Now, page 15 is continuing on with Public Works fleet. If there's any questions on that?
And again, this might already be answered by Matt's answer to my last question, but when I look at so this is the John Deere grader again, another one, 55,000, it's like 25,000 more than we have spent. The next one is the John Deere 872 GP, the repairs on that is 20, which is about $5,000 more than we've spent. The next one is the crew cab, again, 5,000. The next one is the tandem, again, 5,000. That's $40,000 more than what we have paid in previous years. And so I'm sure you're going to enlighten me into what's happened.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Capes. So the grader, the John Deere grader, we run a cycle of sandblasting and painting this equipment to maximize how long it's runs in the fleet. Our 2005 Volvo is going down the road next year. It's only got that level of life expectancy because we've maintained it to the level we have. So sandblasting and painting is kind of part of the maintenance of these graders. Again, tires for 3 or 4 of the fleet has increased this year. So again, we maximize that by moving tires around, but we're trying to get some tires on several of these vehicles. The 2019 550, this is more of a health and safety / efficiency for road staff for cold patch. It's a box for the back of the 550, 1 ton, so that they could actually have the cold patch, like the hot mix asphalt, on the back of the truck and shovel it out the back instead of a guy in the box shoveling it down and then one guy in the bottom. So it's an efficiency and it's a health and safety.
Fred?
Yeah, and just backing up a page, I'm sorry, Les, but on that, the vehicle reserve, we're gonna put $300,000 into it this year, 50,000 of which is for the electric vehicle. But we're gonna be taking 1.3 million out of the vehicle reserve, which will leave at the end of the year 199,000. My assumption, even though you don't have a separate reserve for that, is that at least 150 of that 199,000 is set aside to buy our first EV pickup truck, right? Like you're not going to end up with the 199,000 of the vehicle reserve and buying something else with it. We are specifically dedicating at least 150,000 for a pickup truck EV, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, just checking up on you.
Matt, just a question about maintenance. Who does our maintenance? Are some of these costs internal? Or do we have staff able to do some of the minor things? And for those things that can't be done, do we tender that activity out?
We have we have a couple of good staff, well, we have all good staff, but we have staff specifically trained, and they're very efficient at doing a lot of the reoccurring maintenance on all of our equipment, mechanical stuff. Right now, we have the 05 grader is out of service. It needs a transmission replacement. There's limited, the John Deeres go up to Brant a lot of the time. Brant was where we purchased. There's, those are the dealers that typically deal with the John Deere. We do have an individual that comes out of Markdale that does a lot of our smaller stuff in-house. So right now, the transmission being done, worked on right now, that's a private. We do move around for maintenance. We have another gentleman that does our stuff out of Shelburne. So we do move around depending on what we can and cannot do, and depending on the make and model of the equipment.
So when we see a line which says maintenance and repair, that could be a combination of parts, labor, both internal and external?
External, yeah.
External?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving along to page 16. The top part of the page is the cost of the crossing guard. The bottom half is the cost of our street lights, the cost of hydro and cost of maintaining them, and the cost of replacing them. Also trying to reestablish annual contribution of $10,000 to a reserve for replacing. If council recalls, a couple of terms ago, we replaced all the streetlights in Mono, and we dipped into that reserve as well to pay for the streetlight replacement. So now we want to replenish that reserve again, because at some point that project will have to happen again. Page 17 is our revenue page. First two lines, couple of minor revenues, $8,000 for entrance fees and some miscellaneous revenues. The detail of where the revenues are in the notes to page 17. The top part are funding from Ontario or the federal government. Third line and Cedar Lane are being financed out of the gas tax. As I mentioned earlier, not 100% of the Cedar Lane is being financed. 470 of 700. Also from gas tax. 200,000 is financing the Medill subdivision drainage culvert improvements. And this year, the OSIP funding, it's being reduced to 350 from almost 400,000, and that's another provincial grant reduction that's having an impact on our budget. Reserve contributions, basically all the reserves contribution are financing the equipment that's being purchased that you saw on page 14. Notes. On page 13, capital notes page, you saw the roads needs study of 50,000, 3/4 of that being financed from development charges, and that's where the 37,500 from DC's is financing. There's no questions on that page. Page 18 is our landfill site.
Well, I'm just sorry, Russ, I did have a question. Because I'm going back and forth. If we don't do the Cedar Lane Shell Crescent rehabilitation, we've got $470,000 in gas tax money. And so I was flipping back to page 13. Is there someplace else we can use that this year, or in 2024? Like any of those other large projects, can we put more gas tax money in them?
we'll look at that then. It's a good question, because then it will reduce the cost of that project. We'll
But
save
what
the
about the Here
230.
Ontario Street Bridge? Is that eligible for gas tax?
Right now, those costs for the bridges are reserve contributions.
Oh, right.
There's no
okay.
construction in those costs, other than engineering. There might be some engineering. So that would not be gas tax fundable at this stage. Everything on the rest of the page, we pretty well have used the gas tax.
On page
where-
13.
Where it's eligible.
Or notes to page 13.
Yes, I'm looking at that.
Okay, it's probably more than I can absorb just now, but I guess I'm curious as to, if we don't do that project, where can we use that $470,000?
We'll bring that back.
Okay.
Oh,
Just so I understand, in 2023, for 2023, on line 1116, wood chipping labor, we budgeted 20, there's nothing there now. Is that because it comes in later? But you're projecting a year end at 0?
So, with the wood chipping, it was not done in 2023, so they're doing it in 2024. And now it's on a biannual
Oh,
cycle.
okay.
It was at one point annually, and
Right.
now my understanding is Public Works went to every other year.
Okay, great, thank you.
So next year, that line should be 0 for
Okay.
budget. When I say next year, I'm thinking 2025.
Right. Okay, great.
Just for the year to date, you see a minor revenue for 2023 of 1,640. That's from the old stewardship funding for recycling. And I guess someone did their books, did an audit, and figured out that whatever funding they did across Ontario for municipalities that ran their own recycling programs did not receive enough. And so we got a little bit of funds from that audit.
Aren't they generous? Lovely.
Page 19. That's the cost of the cemeteries, and the Mitchell Church. There's no questions there. Page 20 is the start of the Parks and Recreation Department. So the first page is the cost of administration for recreation.
Question? So line 1253, training and development, like I went back to 2021 to look at what the increase has been in this time frame, and like I just want to understand what accounts for the escalation, because in 2021 we spent $1,730 and now it's going up to $4,000, $5,000. We projected $1,500 for this year end, but I just want to understand what does that encompass?
I think you got two lines mixed up, Counselor.
Oh.
The 1704 was materials and supplies. For training in
Sorry.
2022 was 4,374.
So line 1253, yeah.
So we budgeted 5,500. On
Mhm.
project, I guess, the staff did not get out for their training this year in 2023, so we're rebudgeting for 2024.
Right. I guess it's hard to understand what all the training lines are, because I don't, like, it's across through the whole budget, and then,
Well, see, the training is department-specific.
yeah.
So Public Works, their training would involve, actually, there is snow maintenance, grader driving, that kind of
Mhm,
thing.
mhm.
Kim could speak to this, but basically it would be park inspections, that kind of programming, training.
Right, so what is this particular budget, general administration, what does that account for? Like, I'm not sure I understand what the training is and why it's gone so high.
Thank you, Counselor. That budget line includes things like staff taking training at Ontario Recreation Facilities Association for things, for certification under recreation facility management courses, particularly focused on parks, and another one that is focused on the actual facilities themselves, and courses designed to help our staff become aware and more knowledgeable in the actual running and the legal ramifications of running those facilities. That training also encompasses, as Les indicated, a recertification for playgrounds inspection status. As a matter of fact, Dave McHousey wrote his 3-hour exam yesterday morning in that regard to get requalified for inspecting. We also have staff members now who, with the addition of our recreation administrative assistant, there is some training that she will be taking again. A lot of it is focusing on legal awareness for programming and facility management.
Okay, thank you very much. So how many staff is it that need to be recertified on various things?
So all of the staff in recreation have to carry first aid and CPR training because of the times that they are working alone specifically, or they're working in groups. The number of staff, for instance, Dave has got to always be qualified in his chainsaw, anything out on the field, that type of thing. As I said, the playground recertification, we've got Shelby, who's getting recertified constantly in making sure that her cleaning, as far as she's up to date on all of disinfectant, that types of products that need to be used. She's looking at that. She's also, we're sending her on gardening courses to keep, because she's the person who looks after all of our gardens now, basically. But a lot of it is through ORFA and Parks and Recreation Ontario.
Okay. Thank you, Kim.
Excuse me, Councillor Capes, through the mayor to Councillor Capes, in addition to what Kim has added, it's pretty comprehensive what staff have to do. But one thing that's spread throughout all of the budgets is DEI training. Council asked that we not increase our budgets and that we work it through all accounts. So we've spread out the future 2024 DEI training through these accounts as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
There's no further questions on that page, page 21. Cost of the Recreation Committee, and then the contribution to the CDRC Arena in Shelburne. Page 22 is the cost of programming and associated revenues with it.
Can I?
It also has the cost of the non-resident fee that we pay to Orangeville for people taking swimming lessons there.
Elaine and then Melinda.
Just a comment on the revenues. I just want to say that's a good news story, and well done. Now we just got to get more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. Just, I know that we had hoped that we would be able to keep going with our Mono Melodies, which was a small event in the summertime. And as a recreation committee, we had asked maybe that, so we didn't spend any money this past year, but that perhaps if we want to grow it, maybe a little budget of $500 would be helpful to either thinking about refreshments or a small honorarium for the people who came. And we ended up giving them a mum plant that was our decorations, and they all were happy with that. But nonetheless, the mum plants still cost $10 or 15 or 20. I don't know. They were lovely. So I don't see it on here in our events.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, Mono Melodies is one that was a new program last year. We put it in under seasonal, but it was quite successful, and the RAC committee did express interest in wanting to move forward with that program, so we certainly can separate that out into its own line if our treasurer wanted to add an additional budget line for Mono Melodies.
Rather than adding, can we find it within the existing ask?
I will be very honest with you, all the budget lines are extremely tight.
I mean, there's a possibility here, if we keep going with this, that this would be something on our revenue in the future, if we keep at it. And it's, yeah, we are very tight, I mean, you know, we are very tight with how much we spend on things, and everybody seems to really enjoy the events when we have them, so I'd like to see it just $500 from someone.
So there's an offsetting revenue potentially to this?
Oh, absolutely, in the
Okay, okay.
if we get people showing up to it, absolutely. $5, $10 a person, come and have your picnic, absolutely, there's revenue.
Even for instance, this year was our second year with the Pumpkin Trail Walk. We put out a donation. I think we picked up $160 in donations. So even if we did something like that at Mono Melodies.
Okay.
Page 23 is the start of our various parks for operations, and there's some capital works involved with the parks. Ongoing operating costs are basically in line with costs of our inflation. If council goes to page 23 notes, that's the listing of the reserve contribution to Purple Hill Park of $48,000. I think in Kim's capital report that playground is on the horizon for replacement. Mono College Park,
Which playground was this?
Purple Hill.
Purple Hill, okay.
Mono College Park, the reserve contribution for pickleball park court resurfacing and the playground equipment. For Mono Center, again, reserve contribution for equipment replacement. There's a cost for replacing garbage containers, some picnic tables, and benches. And then there's a reserve contribution for tennis court resurfacing this year, but there's an offsetting reserve because we have that reserve in place to pay for that.
Excuse me, Les, that would not be a reserve for the tennis court resurfacing. That is to move forward in
Okay, right.
2024, sorry. Just so council's clear on that. The tennis courts at Mono Center, the existing courts, not the new ones, the existing courts, normally we resurface the courts every 10 years. This will be 12 years in 2024. So the amount, our portion, which is shared in a 50% split, so the town's portion to resurface those courts is $23,730.
And then there's an offsetting reserve for that.
Jump in, everyone.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, Kim, this is great. So, I know we did all sorts of cuts last year, and cuts are coming in our budget. So I just want to bring also to attention another smaller item on the budget that I hope doesn't go, but with the question about the park benches and the garbage cans at Mono Center. Last year, they were on the list. They got nixed because of the money. So, but are we in a safety situation yet with these things, in which case that should maybe not be cut, or can you fill me in on that?
We've reached the point where we've sanded them as much as we possibly can, and we keep repainting them as well. I wouldn't want to sit on them with a pair of shorts on. So it's to the point, I've asked for this a number of years now, and staff have done their very best to keep them in a safe format. I would very much like to move ahead with this one.
While we're on this page, Les, I had an idea, because, you know, I don't sleep at night. I wake up sweating about the budget. And we have an agreement with Credit Valley that we have to put in $20,000 a year to the Vicky Barron Trail, and Orangeville puts in the same amount, as CVC has its own reserve. But by the way, for some counselors who weren't here, when they originally made that ask about us putting $20,000 a year for any capital projects on the Vicky Barron Trail, they wanted us to give them $20,000 a year so they would hold the reserve. We said, no, we'll hold it. But here's my point, Les. There's $149,000 in that reserve already, so by the end of this year, there'll be $169,000. Well, I was talking to Credit Valley, and Kim, you'll be interested in this, because I know you wanted the boardwalks on our access trail, what's it, the Island Lake Family Trail, to be replaced about 7 or 8 years ago, and I said, no, they don't need it. But I was talking to them, and they agree that, you know, maybe that boardwalk is getting a bit old. So next summer, they're going to do an evaluation of not just that boardwalk, but some other parts of the Vicky Barron Trail that are getting a bit wobbly. But my point is this, Les. We, at the end of the next year, we'll have up to $169,000. In that reserve. I can't see them doing anything until 2025. Next year, they're going to do an evaluation, right? Well, they're not going to write a work order for next year. So my point is this. We've got a money sitting in a reserve, which we have to under our legal obligation. But there isn't anything that says we couldn't borrow from that reserve to fund some other thing. And this, Matt, to get back to you, is why one of the reasons, if we had the road study in front of us, we could look, because borrowing from a reserve doesn't really solve a problem. You're just off, you know, for the next 3 years, you're going to have to pay that reserve back. So you're just increasing future taxes, right? But if we had that road study and we knew that we had a sort of a gap between when we have to replace bridges so that we can breathe a sigh of relief for a couple of years, it might make sense to think of borrowing for a reserve like that to do something in 2024. I don't have a specific suggestion, Les. It's just a thought. That money's sitting there. Yes, it's earning a bit of interest. But if we're really strapped for some capital project for public works, we could borrow that money for a year.
Lend it to ourselves.
Yeah. Well, take it from that reserve and put it in Matt's budget, but then we would have to be paid back. Okay, that's just my idea.
I mean, we have done that in the past, borrow from other reserves and eventually pay them back. But because this, I would suggest we don't do it with this particular reserve, only because it's dealing with a third party.
But Lance, you could easily check with them. Are you doing any capital works on the Vicky Barron or the Island Lake Family Trail next year? I'm pretty sure the answer is no. You know, we're good for it.
So you may just take this year's $20,000 contribution and move it on?
No, we legally have to put the 20,000 in, which brings the total reserve to 169.
Right.
So now we got all this money sitting there for a year, earning a bit of interest. Well,
It would be interesting to see if our partner is taking that approach.
which partner?
Orangeville.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea. Okay.
So moving on to page 23B. That's the balance of the other parks. And again, 23B notes has the capital works for the various or for the various parks. So for the Lynn Gibson Park, we had budgeted the projected for 2023 is 66,000, which is the net difference of the 180 that we budgeted, less the 114 that we had in reserve. As we had applied for the grant, we had deferred going ahead with it. And as Kim reported to a previous meeting, we were successful. We're now budgeting for that park equipment replacement of 247,000. We now we will have 180 in reserve, less the grant finances that park 100%. We're putting 4,000 into the tennis court resurfacing reserve. Madeo Meadows, again in Kim's capital budget report, it's coming up fairly soon again for renewal, 40,700 towards the equipment reserve. And Hennison Parquet, 12,700 for park replacement reserve there, our playground replacement reserve.
Right, which, in the grand scheme of everything, of saying where are we gonna be able to find money in the future, the newest park is the Hannison Parkette, right? That equipment is only a handful of years old versus the other ones that are verging on really definitely needing to be replaced, right?
Anything further? Yes?
Page 24, that's the cost of Mono Center Hall. I'm sorry, page 25.
Just out of curiosity, on page 24, where, this ball diamond / park rental, where does that mostly come from? Just a curiosity question.
That's from our Mono College Park, where we have, they're referred to as the Orangeville Headwaters Ball Diamond Association, it's the little kids.
Okay. Excellent, thank you.
And just, unless, again, oh boy, all these parks and the money we're putting into reserves, like take the Ford 2016 pickup truck. Tell me what line that goes into on the reserve page. Just take that one as an example, $12,000 for the Recreation Department's pickup truck. Where does that go on the reserve page?
It's about 3/4 on the way down on the reserve page.
Yeah?
It says recreation vehicle.
It's what, oh, there, I found it, I'm sorry. There it is, yeah.
So
Okay,
after
okay.
2024, it'll be
Okay.
3 years of contributions.
So by the end of this year, we'll have $36,000.
At the end of 2024, yes.
2024, we'll have 36,000. Okay, thank you. I know I'm a bit slow in trying to follow some of these lines, but
It's a long list, and it's starting to blend now a little bit.
yeah.
I don't know how you do it.
So page 25, as I mentioned, Mono Center Hall. There's a notes to page 25 for capital works. In 2023, we had budgeted HVAC repairs of 30,000. That was not done, so I put that into reserve, and then we are rebudgeting that in 2024. So we'll use that 2023 budget to pay for that cost.
Could I just suggest on this page that replacing the rear and front entrance walkways with concrete for 18,600? I mean, Kim, the sky is not gonna fall in if we waited a year to do that.
Before you answer, there's an offsetting reserve contribution at the bottom of 43,400. If I did my math correct, it's financing the 8,800 for LED lighting, the 18,600 for the front step, and 16,000 to refinish the deck railings.
So what reserve is that, MTC? Oh, that's an existing reserve?
Yes. So the reserve is there to pay for that. And then the bottom few lines are the reserve contributions for floor replacement, dishwasher replacement reserve, reserve for chairs, and the roof replacement.
Just an observation, like, I know things are getting more expensive, et cetera, but the Mono Community Center in 2021 cost us $135,000 to run, and now it's costing us $243,000 to run. Like, that's almost $100,000. Like, when you look at it over that period of time, you go, wow, that's a lot of money.
Now,
Yes.
as an offset, there was some pandemic hangover, probably because we closed the halls down for 2 years. So, some of the cost savings were there, along with lost revenues. But if you look now on the bottom of the page, our revenues have come up as well,
Oh,
along
yes,
with the
for sure.
costs a little bit.
But you're not projecting revenues greater than last year.
I was just gonna say that, you're still assuming, oh, we're gonna get $68,000 in fees, Kim. I mean, isn't,
Where's the optimism?
I always like to project on the side of the lower end so that when they
Okay.
do come in higher, we're pleasantly surprised. Let's say, I would not be surprised at this point in the way our inquiries and our bookings at this moment are going, to project that that will be higher than that, but I don't like to I don't like to project higher in case the unforeseen happens.
Kim, just while we're on this, and I remember, when's the last time remember you did that study of sort of rental rates and compared what you looked at what the maximum we could, have you looked at what?
Yes, that's done every 4 years, so you'll be getting that in January, February. We're due for it again.
Would that be in time to increase the rates for 2024?
Normally, what we say is the rates will go up effective whenever you make the change. So for any bookings that have not
Okay.
happened, yeah.
Kim, also, when we made the decision the other day not to discount more than, or not to give freebies and just offer the discount, that number's not included in these numbers either, right?
There's a couple of them, but not all of them. I have a pile of them sitting on my desk to give over to Les. Yeah. And again, but that's just one budget line to the other, correct, Les? Yeah.
Okay, page 26 is the Menorah Pavilion. Again, operating and capital line at the bottom.
Sorry,
1290.
Les, I was asleep here. Notes to page 25. Just a question about the HVAC repairs. Like, do we spend 30 grand every year?
Oh, no, we budgeted the 30 grand in, for 2023, but it did not happen. So I
Oh.
put it in I will be putting in reserve.
Oh, yes, I
And then
see
in
that.
2024, there's the offset
Okay,
from
thank
this
you.
year's, from 2023 budget.
Right, I see that now, thank you.
So the notes to page 26 are the capital projects and reserve contributions for Menorah.
And we noticed in this case that Kim's reservations about increasing the estimates of fee revenue went out the window when you're projecting we're gonna get $255 more in rental revenues. That's excellent, Kim, excellent.
And then the top two projects on the notes page, again, those items were reserved from past budgets, and there's an offset at the bottom of the reserve contribution of 39,000. Yes.
So, interesting comment. Sometimes we go, oh, why do we need to replace that dishwasher? Why do we need a reserve for that? I was somewhere and somebody made a comment about renting Menorah Park and going, yeah, but they don't have a real dishwasher. And I went, I just, listened to that, and they said, it's just you have to wash the dishes. It's just a small thing that you put a few in at a time. And I went, oh, okay, I thought we had a big industrial dishwasher there.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where that comment came from, because in all of our kitchens, we have commercial Hobart dishwashers, or Moyer Diebel, one of the two. In our upstairs kitchens, we have the long pass-through ones, and in our downstairs kitchens, we have the under-the-counter ones, which, I mean, I'd give my,
Right.
I'd love to have one of those in my home, because they do a load of dishes. The under-the-counter ones do them in 3.5 minutes, and the above ones do them in 49 seconds.
I think perhaps they didn't understand the functionality of the dishwasher that they were, anyway, I thought that was like, oh, okay.
So the gas fire, replace gas furnaces, oh, pardon me. Fireplace, I did read it right. So is it broken?
Yeah, they've actually been red tagged.
Oh, okay.
They've been what?
Red tag. Condemned.
The replacements of the stairwell, flashing trim, and retaining wall, and that lasts for a few more years.
I'm sorry, could you just,
For Island Base 26 capital, the one on the park. The stairwell, and the flashing, the trim, and the retaining wall. Those items are something that need to be done.
stairwell, resurface west side stairwell? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, those are, those are items where there is definite deterioration that has been noticed, and we are experiencing some leakage. So it's up to council, like we're dealing with it.
I guess the retaining walls, all the stairs aren't included in that leakage.
Because those are steel stairs.
So
This is
those
still-
are, replace west side stairwell. I'm sorry, I was getting that confused with another flashing problem. So the west side stairwell are the stairs that are closest to the multi-purpose room, those stairs going down. Those stairs, you'll see there are pictures in your capital package showing you the deterioration of those stairwells, of that stairwell. It's on page 6 of 10 in the capital budget presentation. We have sanded them, we have painted them, we do everything possible to try and get, and to keep them from not being a liable issue for us. I'm out of ideas, as is Dave Makowski. Dave is online at the moment. I'm not sure what other tricks he can pull out of his sleeves to try and fix those stairs.
There are safety issues. I'm not sure. And the other right was the retaining wall. I think it's timber now, and you're going to replace it with stone. I'm sorry. I'm the guy who's usually asking you to turn on your mic. The retaining wall, it's timber at the moment. If we didn't replace it with stone, would that be a reasonable option? I think the last one lasted 30 or 40 years.
You're correct. The present wall out there is timber. The walls that we had done on the east side of the building, we did them in stone a few years back. So in order, when it is time to replace replace that existing timber wall, the thought was to make it the same as the other, replace it with stone. However, the quote that you've got there, because of it being a tight budget year, is for it to be replaced in timber.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no further questions, page 27, that's the cost of the library, and then there's the notes to page 27 of the various libraries. So the new Tecumseh Library, the budget 900. Shelburne Library, I don't have a budget for them yet, but I'm budgeting 30,000, slight increase. And Orangeville user fees, a slight increase as well to 85,000.
So just a question on Orangeville, because looking back at 2021, it was
I should declare an interest on this, so I'm just going to take a...
$55,000, and now it's gone up to $85,000. That's $30,000 increase. Is that because of usage dropped?
A combination, because they did increase their fees over a couple of years, plus the increase in usage after Brookfield was built. Brookfield? Is there another name for it?
Thank you.
Or Fieldstone, I'm sorry.
Is that the end of the questions on the Orangeville Library? Because John can undeclare now and come back in. John?
And then just at the bottom is our annual grant of 10,202. And that grant's been static for 30 years or more. But just at the bottom, you see revenues, Ontario specific grants, 10,202. Page 27. At one time, that was a significant grant for us, but it hasn't changed in 30 years. It was 10,000 when I first started in Mono, and it's 10,000 when I'm going to retire.
Can we apply for an increase?
You can, but I'm not sure how far we'll get. Page 28. Cost of our planning department. That also includes the cost of the committees, and then revenues at the bottom of the page. There is also a notes page to page 28. And this is where zoning update is being rebudgeted. That's being financed out of the development charges. It's also a page where we budget for our hearing costs, our anticipated hearing costs in the next year. An official plan update, which is
Those hearings, was that made when we thought we had 2 hearings, and now we've only got 1? Should it be, if so, should it be downsized?
So as council will recall, we try to prepare and plan for all the applications that we deem may have potential to go to an OLT hearing. So this includes a bulk of applications.
Right. So we know
Which we haven't, which some of them are still in front of council as we move through the process.
Okay, so this is anticipating 2 possible hearings, is that, what were they, 400?
And other hearings that may come.
Okay. Other
Dave's
question?
online up there. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, sure. Just to follow up and clarify, for Council Mankalo, the hearing that came and went and was very brief for
Okay.
line 2 developments, and that was for complete application. This amount on page 28 is for contingency for the actual files to be appealed if they are. The other amount is for Aragon.
and then you can see, council can see there's a budget of 95,000 for official plan update.
So these are fees that we have to pay because they're forced on us by developers or people who want to not
Something we don't
conform
wanna
to
do.
our official plan and zoning and all of that stuff. So when do they pay that back to us?
We don't, it's our defense.
Just saying. They should pay for it.
Well, arguably, if your side was sustained in a hearing, you could ask for costs, but that
Yeah.
rarely happens, almost never happens.
Because their sign is, it's, because we never win, is that why?
No,
Or
no,
because,
no,
so do we
Costs
ask,
are-
but we do ask for costs?
I think in some proceedings, we ask for costs, if it's utterly frivolous, but not in the Ontario Land Tribunal realm, I don't believe.
Could be something to pursue.
Well, the other idea is that we're showing fees and charges flatlined at $80,000. Maybe we should revisit those.
No, it was 60.
I'm looking at line 7110
It was 60.
on page 28.
At the bottom of page 28.
So,
Yeah.
excuse me, Les, so your worship, the clerk clerk just reminded me that we will be reviewing our fees and charges bylaw this year, and it will come through council during the course of 2024.
Excellent.
We have an official plan update there for 95,000. Can you refresh my memory? That's being done outside contracts?
It would have to be. It's comprehensive job project, part of which is simply the fact our official plan is out of date in and of itself. There's new provincial policy that we're gonna have to conform with, and depending on the outcome of the Dufferin County official plan update, that too. And it runs, parallel in support with our zoning bylaw, so its time is really due to be updated.
So I missed.
That $95,000 is a conservative amount. I mean, obviously, like anyone on department head counter there, we're going to do our best to make sure we get good dollar value for what we may need, and to scope the terms of reference of an OP update for that purpose. But I mean, I think if anybody reads through it, it's in need of updating, irrespective of the items that are going to force that this year coming up, regardless.
Thank you, Dave. I wasn't questioning the need for it. I was questioning who was going to do it. Presume it's being done outside.
To answer that, Council, yes, it will be done outside, based on a request for proposal and scope down to some, just a few consultants that I know well enough who can do this kind of job. That said, I'm going to be involved. I'm going to be quarterbacking, I guess you might use that term. So I'm going to be day to day, week to week involved in that as well, because any work that's done to update the various sections of the OP, add new ones, for example, has got to be vetted through me and through council as a ongoing reporting basis.
Thank you.
Yes?
Question,
Oh, sorry.
question about the realtor guide, new residents. Is that the same as the unfinished business purchasing in Mono?
Yes.
Okay, so we budgeted
Yeah.
at some point $16,000 for that. I'm not sure why, and so we're not anticipating we're gonna budget that coming up. Okay. Excellent.
Les, we're nearing the end, and I
Say,
think we need to
we're on
have-
the last page, page 29. It's pretty straightforward page, reforestation.
So I think we need to have a brief discussion of where we go from here. Fred has an appointment that he needs to attend to. What's the wish of council?
Thank you, Fred, for giving us the deadline to finish.
Well, the simplest idea would just be to say, thank you, Les. Could you bring back another draft with $3.3 million less in expenditures? I'm being a bit facetious. I have some things that I think we could cut, but my problem is I'm not like a technical expert like Matt, Kim, and Mike. I don't know where the cuts could be made. The Cedar Lane one, I certainly think, Matt, we could just tell people we're not doing the gravel program this year, $600,000 right there. I know some of this comes from gas tax, but we have the Medill subdivision ditching that we're doing. Like, there's a number of things that all I would make the argument is that the world doesn't come to an end if we deferred some of those for a year. In any case, pardon?
Gravel would be a problem.
No, it wouldn't. We'd still grade the roads would still work. We're doing this new gravel on a sort of quadrant by quadrant basis, and
But it's saving us money.
yeah, we just have to tell our residents, we don't have the tax revenues to do it this year.
Anyway, Melinda, you had your hand up?
I did, so thank you very much for all the work from everybody for the budget. And, yeah, I mean, the bottom line is the taxes maybe need to be higher because last year we didn't put them up high enough. number one. And if we cut too much, then next year, when all the world is all calmed down and we've got interest rates and inflation back down to zero, the way we like it in the 2020s, which is, pie in the sky. But when things are more settled, which it looks like there's a potential, or, could go the other way, it's hard, it's up in the air, we're gonna be in the same situation, but it's even gonna be more money. And I am most concerned about, resident safety. And so when you comment on the gravel, I don't know. I don't know whether that is actually a safety issue, putting down appropriate gravel rather than just moving around the gravel that we have, the way the roads work. But you're right, it would be a big ticket item because Cedar Lane, as we found out from just the little conversations, only worked out to be a 200,000 as opposed to the 700, right?
But
So
it does leave $470,000 in the gas tax.
in the gas
reserve.
tax. So there is money. So yes, I think where we are now is to say thank you, and so you've heard what we've said as we've gone through and asked clarifying questions, and come back to us at our December meeting, right?
Can I put a motion on the floor?
Sure, but let's have some more discussion of where we land on this
Okay,
first.
But I got about 10 seconds left.
Okay, you have 10 seconds? Okay.
I move that we increase the guidance level for the tax increase from 3.9% to 5%, which would raise $98,000 more in tax revenue. Do I have a seconder? You're right. You're right, John. I had to try.
Well,
I have a question.
that's maybe not the end of the debate, because I think we need to give Les some scope to come back with some options. Ralph?
I have a question about the gravel. Have we done 3 quadrants now, or where are we stand?
Thanks, Councillor Mankelow. We're almost finished 3 quarters. If you look at the map that I included in my capital budget, Public Works capital budget, the north portion of the town, which is probably a higher priority, it sees the roads that run parallel with Highway 89. It sees higher increased traffic during road closures of Highway 89. So that's our remaining zone, let's call it a zone, because there's a little bit of the northwest quadrant or zone that needs to be finished up. It's not getting, our previous budgets haven't allowed us to finish off what we had originally intended to. So I would say the northwest and the northeast are still remaining, and with a couple other areas that we removed as a higher priority in the central areas.
So with this budget, would this finish off the new gravel application, or is there still something to do?
Probably still another little bit in 2025.
Okay, Elaine, any thoughts?
Just that I came across this number recently. Scott Pierce from the FMC, he's the president of that. He said that municipalities manage 60% of the country's infrastructure, and we receive 10 cents on the dollar to do so. So I just, want to put that in perspective about this is more and more is getting downloaded to the local municipal taxpayer, and it's a challenge.
Maybe we should gift a few of our roads to the province, just like Toronto just did.
Right.
Okay.
I have a comment. You're not going to believe I said this, but I think we should consider debt financing.
You just got an ally. Well,
Would have been
If-
a good idea.
if not this year, probably for sure next year.
But actually, to add to that, and again, now I can't find the source in my brain, but there are opportunities to apply for loans for projects that impact community through, I can't remember the name of the organization, but it's better funding than going to get a loan. It's, who is that?
Well, Les can fill us in, but I think it's an entity that offers municipalities a very low rate of interest.
Right.
But that's correct. It's through Infrastructure Ontario, and they offer various venture loans at a rate supposedly better than the bank would.
And we
And,
definitely
and,
get those
uh,
in them.
and they finance capital works, a bridge would be perfect.
Right, so might be some time to look into that. So,
Well, if I can make a suggestion, I think we've given staff a pretty good idea of where we think there are potential savings. And they probably have ideas apart from that where there are potential savings. And like we have in previous years, we get a budget that is, I wouldn't call it a wish list, but it's everything that you've included, because you feel you have an obligation to point out where we need to invest, and we appreciate that. We have the hard task of deciding what level of taxes our residents will tolerate, and there is a difference between the two. So what would you feel comfortable with, going back and having a stab at 3.9, something between 3.9 and 5, or having a stab at something that incorporates some modest borrowing that would bring it down closer to 3.9?
Well, at this point, there's nothing in the budget, or a capital budget, for borrowing. I think, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned like the year after, when that one bridge needs to, sorry, I'm just picking up the bridge number. Bridge 5 on here, Ontario Street. We have 900,000 in this year's budget. It's pure reserve contribution. So nothing here really, I would say, qualifies for a major borrowing. Now, when you do that bridge, say we don't have any reserves for that bridge, but that bridge is $2 million, then that's the borrowing.
Please, Bylaws.
I would just say there's nothing in our current budget, I would say it would be meaningful to borrow. The Bridge 5 would be if you had no reserves to go towards it. Or even if you had half the reserves to go towards. $1 million is a significant borrowing.
Question of, if we went the route of borrowing, you're suggesting to me, I think, that that the process includes a specific item that you're borrowing that on. Is that right? Yep.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and it has to be capital in nature. So what is the wish of council? We leave it in staff's hands to pull the rabbit out of the hat?
So then what happens?
Well, we had previously accepted a figure of 3.9, and it's for guidance purposes only. My back of the envelope calculations would suggest that it's 40% plus increase if we went on the basis of what we have in front of us. So we need to narrow the gap, in my view.
Sorry, Councillor. Your Worship, if I may, one of the things I think is very clear is that the COLA has represented labor increases of 3.9%, so that's a set. What staff has done, I think, in multiple occasions here, and I know you appreciate this, is shown you that our operations side is not a 3.9%. As much as the Consumer Price Index wants to say, a 50% increase in grader tires and timber costs for retaining walls, they're anywhere from 10 to 15%. For suggestion to council, if this is satisfies you, staff would take your instructions to come back with as much reduction to the operations side as possible, separated. Removing some of the long-term reserves that we've stretched out over, say, 5 to 10 years. Not recommended, but it's where we've been going the last couple of years. Take a long, hard look at our capital projects, especially the ones that will be done in our being asked of council to complete in 2024. And we come back with the most respectable operations increase that we can get, which would leave council with some other potential capital and/or true capital reserve contributions. And Les still has to go through the rejigging of the gas tax as well. Our staff's expectation is that we would give council the tightest cut budget that we could, and that would leave council to some smaller decisions as opposed to looking at the entire budgets right now.
All right, just a question, Mike, thank you. If I heard you right, I think you said removing some of the reserves. What does that mean?
So we have we can use the electric vehicle, we can use the playgrounds as an example. So Kim forecasts over 5 to 10 years, a reasonable calculation. The LED lights replacements, we divide that by 10 years. So the council's not hit with the spike that we keep talking about, which is debt financing for projects. If we don't reserve for them today, there will be a final hit to council when it comes time. Staff does a great job. Kim, for example, budgeted her furnace last year. She was able to get another year out of it, and has extended. You know, staff is trying their best to only replace when they have to. Just like John, your worship had mentioned about the computers, when they die, we replace them. It's not a mandatory thing. So removing some of these smaller reserves, which may show a budget line of 4,000 today, council will see that next year at 6 or 8. So that's what we're hearing from council, and I think staff it's something staff could work with under the recognition of council that you are cutting our reserve contribution, which is driven by our asset management department, right? Which we're trying to spread this out. And Councilor Minto, you've heard this from me before in budget sessions. Make the pain smaller today, so the final pain when it comes time to replace is not large.
And if I can just suggest something else that is applicable to the entire budget, and that is we have a climate change strategy, approach, commitment, and yet I think along with that should be a commitment to trying to reduce our electrical usage, our lighting, our fuel, our mileage, whatever we can in aid of that strategy. So I just refuse to accept the idea that, electricity, that we spent so much for electricity last year, we're going to spend the same amount this year plus whatever the increase might be. Why not have a target of reducing that by better management of our lighting, by better management of our heating and buildings and things of that nature? So I just throw that out as a aspirational goal that will save us money and do the right thing.
Your worship, they're excellent comments, your worship. We get ourselves into a point where, so we've converted, these are excellent comments, and they're definitely in our climate lens and our climate look forward for our corporate action plan. Those would be, we're going to draw on everybody for comments with respect to those. But today you added environmental concerns with respect to large homes. So that's once we start to look at this climate lens, they sort of, now you got to talk to a consultant with respect to what that climate lens is. So they offset each other, but the sad part about our LED conversion in the town of Mono, we have a few remaining buildings or few remaining light fixtures that need to be done, is the 40% cost. We have seen a 40% reduction in kilowatt hours, but that has been eaten up by the cost of hydro. And these staff is well aware of this. And moving forward through our corporate climate change is very similar to how the Drinking Water Quality Management says. They set the standard, and when you meet the standard, LED lighting, where do you go from there? What's your best practice to reduce lighting? Is it shutting off every other light fixture? Is it ensuring lights are off at the end of the day, computers are off, power bar? So these are part of the corporate strategy, and Your Worship, that's exactly what I expect you'll see late 2024, early 2025 with respect to the corporate action plan. And that's good information for sure.
I just wanted to put it on the
Oh,
table.
it's excellent, and that's where we're heading. That's excellent.
So, does council agree with Mike's direction on this? Do you need a motion, Mike, or just an instruction to staff to do
I
the
think
best?
staff is hearing pretty good. The closer we get to 3.9% on the operations side, the happier, the easier council's job is going to be towards our ratepayers and population.
Okay. Thank you very much again, Les, for all your hard work, and that goes to staff as well. Briefly? Half hour? Half an hour lunch? Okay, we come back at 1:45. Okay. Oh, yeah, we can go back to.
We are back live.
So we have the unfinished council business list. Any comments or questions on that, Elaine?
Yes, thank you. So, item 9, let me open that. That's our purchasing homes in Mono.
Mm-hmm.
Melinda gave us an update last meeting that we had a meeting with 2 local real estate agents, and we now have a draft to review, and we're going to book our second sort of team meeting, and we should probably have something to bring back to council at the first meeting in January.
Excellent. Excellent. Anything else on that item? Next item is the amendment to the sign bylaw. Fred?
So council will recall a motion that council passed looking for several amendments, very limited and restrictive amendments, specifically to the real estate signs. This draft bylaw puts those in place. One thing that was left open by council was to investigate whether the 1 and 3 meter sizes for real estate signs were adequate. And you'll note in my report, I reviewed a number of bylaws, and I'm recommending 3.5 meters as the maximum size for a real estate sign in rural areas, or specifically non-residential areas.
Said 3.
And that is because Caledon and Orangeville have 3.4 and 3.5 respectively. And I thought this would make it, this would rationalize it with those 2 more, more populous communities. What other municipalities in our area are using are in that report. It's up to council to decide what they think is suitable. That's square foot. I was going to say square footage, but that can be any dimensions to come up to a maximum area of 3.5 square meters.
So some of these signs, in fact, are two parts. So I'm wondering whether it could be worded that it's the display portion is 3.5 meters, which would take into consideration the 2-part signs.
Thank you very much for this report. It's terrific. I think 3.5 meters is too big. I don't
It says
understand.
3 for Mono.
I don't understand why we would go with, are we contiguous with Caledon Way over
Doesn't
here?
matter.
And versus we're contiguous with Shelburne, and we're more contiguous and more the same as Mulmer, that is even a half a meter squared for all signs, which just really, after the big discussion this morning about the aesthetics, and I don't understand why we would encourage or allow 3.5 meter signs. There's a property right near me that's it's been for sale for a very long time, just has a new realtor. So I thought, with a new company, so I thought, okay, well, maybe we're gonna get something. He put just a regular kind of sign, and within, 48 hours, he had his big jumbo one. And because he's on the corner, it's a jumbo one going this way and a jumbo one going this way on the corner, which is what the bylaw allows also. If it's a corner, you can have the corner, you can have it in both directions. It's a ginormous thing, and it probably is the 3.5 meters, but it's 3.5 meters with this is what you're just saying with the 2 signs. I think it's too big.
I'm going to agree with you. What I read in this is that we've talked about real estate maximum size as 1 square meter for residential, other zones is 3 square meters. That's what I'm reading. And I think it's too large. They're billboards.
So you're
Like
actually recommending 3.5, aren't you, Fred, for us?
Yeah, I'm recommending 3.5 for the reasons I pointed out, to be the same as Orangeville and Caledon.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not reading this correctly then. The top of page 2 says Schedule B be amended to read real estate maximum size, residential 1 square meter, other zones 3 square meters. So
That was the resolution. So,
Oh,
so
thank
the
you.
resolution passed by council
Oh, see, at the
was
bottom.
3 square meters with direction for staff to investigate if that was reasonable.
Okay,
So I-
gotcha. All right, so just to go back to that, I agree, I think three square meters is too large. I think we should give the dimensions of the actual sign, that it's, you know, this many inches by this many inches for residential, this many inches by this many inches for, other. So that there's no conversation about, yeah, it's 3 meters squared, but it's like whatever, you know, it's a panorama. So I think it's confusing. Anyway,
Continuing with our metric theme, but 3 meters squared is a 4 by 8 sheet of plywood. And this maybe leads to what John was saying with respect to a 2-part sign. So as soon as you go above 3 meters, you're buying 2 pieces of construction grade backboard.
What I was thinking of was not so much the corner situation, but the primary sign, and then right below it, there's sometimes a banner of some sort or another. So I was thinking total display area.
And also, these would include commercial highway, so that's commercial lease and commercial for sale. And I think that's why some of the municipalities noted permit the slightly larger signs.
Right, which I get, for commercial, for commercial, I see that is where it's not just Orangeville and Shelburne, I suppose, or Orangeville and Caledon, where, you know, you're driving on 89 and they're big signs. But residential, rural, so like, what's the difference? When it just says,
Like the one on Hockley Road, right now, it's gone up in the last week.
which is a residential area,
It's residential property.
but it's rural, so
It's
does
a
it?
4 by 8 sheet.
Yeah, like, so people are putting up big signs because there's such big lots and because, I don't know, people driving so fast by or whatever.
Because they are advertising the heck out of
But they're
themselves.
themselves, not the house. So that would totally not be allowed, even now, with this new bylaw, because it's, even though it's rural and so on, it would have to be the 1 meter squared. So where are we putting, what all other zones, where are we putting the 3.5 square meter ones?
So the rural zones, and Mr. Trotman can expand on that if necessary, so that's suburban residential, or sorry, the residential zones are estate residential, suburban residential. Everything else, rural, is not residential. Rural is a separate zone, so in rural lands, it would be a different size sign if council were to permit that.
Right, so it's just like, I live in rural, right?
Yeah.
I live in rural, but there's no,
We all do.
right, right, there's no, but it's residential. So I appreciate the difference. It's not, nobody's gonna put up a 3 meter square sign in Fieldstone when that's your same size as your driveway and you're boink right on the next door neighbor. I understand that part, but I don't understand then why it would be, when again, we've spent all morning talking about how this rural is residential and houses and so on, why that it would be, allow for larger signs, which you can see the 1 meter square.
so forever, I think signs here were regular size real estate signs. And then it started encroaching up from Peel, from Caledon, to put the billboards up. And I have to disagree with making anything bigger than the 1 meter sign. Doesn't matter where it is. That simplifies it for Mono everywhere, because it's just, you know, you get one, then you get more, and then you get all these signs, and all you see is these horrible signs, whatever they're for. Like, it doesn't matter, just real estate, whatever they're for. I think for businesses, it's different. We're talking about real estate signs here right now, right?
Yes.
Just
that's
real
all.
estate. So I think
Oh.
Including commercial lease. So
same
this-
thing.
Okay.
So it's all real estate related. I think one sign, one size, and we don't clog up the, what did you call that? The view scape.
View shed.
View shed. Don't cover up my view shed.
So, I'm wondering, Fred, if there's a rationale for this from you. that we haven't yet heard of, except that other municipalities are doing this.
Yeah, that was the rationale, Councillor Mantalo, is that much of the area, those are the two most populous
Okay.
municipalities. They permit that size, trying to make it easier for the real estate agent who doesn't necessarily, is going to be put in a position to have perhaps different size signs for different municipalities.
Well-
And the one thing I would suggest is council could consider, as opposed to just residential in all other zones, council could consider residential, commercial/industrial, and then all other zones, if they want to permit a larger sign on, say, highway commercial properties, where we already have a number of those properties that have fairly large signs advertising them for sale or for lease, because you're on a highway, you're going by at, or more.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah, sure.
So to be sure that I understand this recommendation, you have real estate, and then you have the two sizes, and then you have residential and all of the zones. So is this meaning that the sign in all other zones can be 3.5 square meters? It can be, if it's for residents, for example, it could be 3.5 square meters?
The way currently proposed, yes, it does.
Okay, all right. So I'd have to agree with my fellow councilors here. I think that particularly for residential, there's no need to have any sign that's larger than 1 square meter. As you go by a sign, I go by that on the Fifth Side Road. There's a place that's been for sale for quite a while. I see that sign there, and if I'm interested in real estate, I'm going to slow down and see what it has to say. I don't need it to be 3 meters wide. So I'd be in favor of keeping to the small signs probably for everything, certainly for residential.
So just other aspects of your proposal, no more than one sign per lot line. So if you're a corner lot, you get 2.
That's correct. So I just reworded it such, in the eventuality there was a lot that had more than 2 lot lines.
Okay.
In case it was a triangular and had 3 road frontages, then you could have 3 signs. It's written such, 1 sign per frontage,
Okay.
max.
What we heard from some of the realtors was a request for these little smaller signs that mark delineate the end of the property or the beginning of the property.
Right, and if I recall, we heard 2 different opinions. One real estate agent said they use smaller signs for that, and one agent said they use the same size sign. So
Right.
now there is no way to satisfy both those
Okay.
at the same time. Correct, yeah, they both mentioned that it was common to use multiple signs on properties that have large frontages.
The current bylaw, I think, speaks to signage being up for, say, 6 months. And it doesn't specify that it has to come down within, you're suggesting 14 days after the premise has been sold, rented, or leased.
That's correct. So the current bylaw says 6 months. When reviewing other municipalities, there was a wide range of different things used there. 14 days was used by several, and 6 months or some fixed period were used by others. The resolution had suggested 2 weeks, so I just followed council's resolution.
So I guess my final question is, if we were to pass this, is it retroactive to the signage that is currently in place? Can we then go and insist that the signs on properties that were sold 3 months ago come down, and that people change their size of sign to conform to the new bylaw?
We could, but I would think council may want to consider just giving them all the 6 months, because 6 months, they would have to come down under the current bylaw. But if council wants to, state that this is retroactive, then we have that authority.
but the reality is that some of them aren't coming down. And we now have the ability to take them down under this amended bylaw, I believe.
Well, we have been pursuing, so when I last reported to council, there were 2 real estate signs that I reported were still associated with active listings.
Okay. But there's one that isn't. And have they been charged under our current bylaw?
I can't answer that without referring to
Okay.
our records, your worship.
Okay. Well, I'm saying that the 14-day part should be retroactive. That's my personal view. And I think the way you determine that is whenever somebody puts up sold, it's 14 days from the display of the sold banner on the sign, and then it comes down. I think that's fair.
Are you not saying that the sign, if we're going to downsize this to 1 meter, you're not saying that that's retroactive too, or that?
I think that's a separate discussion, I think. I mean, in my mind, it's a separate issue, but in terms of cleaning up the signs where the property has been clearly sold for some time, and I can name a few, I think that should come into effect on those existing signs.
How do you police that? You know which ones have been sold?
Because a banner goes up and it says it's sold, and our bylaw folks are out driving around and they remember that they saw that sold sign, 5 weeks ago.
Because in my experience, usually when a place is sold, the sign is sold and the sold sign goes up and it's very short order, it's taken down completely.
It depends if it's owner occupied or if it's occupied right away. Yeah.
I think if we pass this bylaw now, that if we pass the bylaw now, that it's effective as of the time we pass it, and that applies to all signs, whether they're up now or in the future.
I just want to go back to the notion that it's okay to have big signs on highways. I disagree. I think they're distracting to drivers, and like you say, Ralph, if you're interested in looking for a property, you see there's a sign there, you're going to pull over, or you're going to notice the company, and then you're going to make a call. But I think to have those big billboard signs on the highway is an eyesore, and I think it's distracting, and I think we should have one size everywhere. Simplifies it.
Okay, so are there any other questions of Fred on the proposed changes?
No, just the draft also just has a couple little typos.
Dave? Yep.
Just clarification to Fred on these are for listing signs, correct? Realtor business advertising signs. In other words, to say, obviously I have a property listing and here's the address versus I am a realtor, I'm looking for your business. I don't see, I think the amendment as it stands speaks to the former, a listing sign only, correct?
That's correct as far as I know, and if it were a general purpose advertisement, it would fall under the category of a third-party sign and be subject to an application. Fred, am I right on that?
That's correct, your worship.
Okay, so, Fred.
So, if council wishes, we can pass this bylaw with an amendment, or I can bring it back for second reading, whichever council prefers.
Did we make any commitments to the realtors who attended to have further discussion or debate prior to passing anything? We may hear from them again. This might. Yeah. Okay, in light of that, I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to amend bylaw 2006-10, sign bylaw, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book, and that is to give necessary readings, sign bylaw as amended. Yeah. Moved by Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Davy. Any opposed? That motion carries.
Comment, I do really appreciate the wording changes, because it makes it just that much more clear. So the wording that you're replacing in the bylaw is much clearer than what was there, so thank you for that.
And just for clarification, or to ensure everyone understands, so the amendment is that it will be 1 square meter in all zones.
Yes. And, you know, just a comment, and that is if a Realtor feels aggrieved by this change, they can always repurpose their inventory of existing signage to other municipalities. I'll probably get calls on that. Okay, we have a report of the clerk on meeting schedule and spring town hall meeting. Fred?
So the schedule proposed for 2024 is fairly similar to what council sees every year. There's a couple of variations that tend to come up regularly. For example, January to avoid Roma. We typically only have 1 meeting in each of July and August and in December. Otherwise, everything here is as council has seen in the last number of years. And over and above the schedule, I am seeking council's input on whether they wish to hold a spring town hall meeting. And if we set that date now, we can ensure that it's very well promoted and advertised.
I very much appreciate that spring meeting date in there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simpson. This is great. We all know now on Tuesdays this is what we do. But for the May 6 to 10, I kind of would like to, I got lots to do on that week and would like it to be the Monday or the Friday, which I know you don't like Fridays. But I think that week is a great week with respect to the rest of the schedule and the timing of people being out and about, but I'd like to be there, because it's going to be an evening meeting.
Yes.
Right, so it is a town hall. Maybe not Friday, maybe Saturday. Like, I'm gonna throw that out Monday. I'm thinking of public and their availability for a town hall meeting. And have we had, I didn't check all those dates, have we had a meeting on a Saturday?
In recent memory?
Not since pre-COVID.
And our results of attendance?
Previous ones were very well attended. Now we're going back, 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
One here, which I believe had about 45 people or so, and prior to that, at Mono Community Center, I believe we were in the neighborhood of 80 or 85 people for that one.
Well,
That was the
I
radon
just,
one, if you recall,
thank you.
Councillor Knight.
Thank you. Let's
Okay.
consider that.
Well, we did consider, I'm fine with the Saturday. We did consider that last time when we went back and forth with dates. And in the end, we didn't choose a weekend because everybody was available. No, staff's not there. Staff's not there, but we need a staff to help with it, right? Isn't that the way the town hall works? You have to
Yeah,
be-
I show up for these, and we do need Andrew's technical support if we're going to live stream it.
Another conversation, and I don't know if we need to complicate it with live streaming. I think a town hall is a town hall for people to come out to in person. That would be my preference, that it would be an in-person meeting, and on a weekend where more people can come.
The issue of weekends or weekdays seems, it's a little bit academic because you think basically if it's a good May Saturday morning that people aren't going to come in because the weather's nice. In fact, they were quite good, well attended, as Fred said, the last two. I was surprised. I'm not sure that the evening meeting was any better attended. We had one with a native speaker with an evening meeting, and I think the attendance was fairly similar to what it was in Saturday. I was a bit disappointed. I think we could go either way, but I would favor an evening meeting, I think.
Can we do a poll through social media? One of those yes, no, pick these two dates, which one do you want? Yeah.
That's what we did last time, right? That is, I think we did. So now we've set the precedent on that. Didn't we do that already?
We did that, and then we didn't follow the results.
Ah.
Somebody wasn't available. Right, yeah, that was
And the results were overwhelmingly one way or the other?
This might be unfair to Mr. Dahmer. I don't know if he has access to those results. I apologize. I didn't look them up, and I don't recall.
So I have to write a date in here. Is the 6th a Monday? Is it a Monday? I don't know. I'm drawn towards Saturday myself. Yeah.
Saturday in April?
Oh, when the weather's bad?
This year, the weather in April was the best weather we had in the summer.
Is that true? Is that right?
It was.
It's pretty close to it. Fred, any suggestions for late April?
Well, there's a lot of days in April that is, under the special event holidays celebrations.
Yeah, and I may be away. I don't know yet.
I think the 27th?
Let me just see my calendar here.
And I was looking forward to us having it on my birthday.
I can do the 27th of April.
I don't know. You put it there, I'll come.
No, I think that's what you said last time, and then there was a problem. There was something in the calendar.
Not on a Saturday.
But now 4 months in advance, 5 months in advance.
Just a point, I believe the Make Mono Shine Day is scheduled for May the 4th this year. We backed it up a bit because of the challenges we've been having with weather every time we seem to hold it.
I like April 27th myself.
I have no idea.
Does that work for you, Fred?
Whatever works for council works for me, Councillor Mantelow.
Your wish is my command.
I serve at your leisure.
So is this a 9 o'clock meeting?
Or 10 o'clock.
9, so that we can be done by noon, 9 to noon, so that we can,
That's only 2 hours. 3 hours is too much.
9 to 11?
Or 10 to 12.
Okay.
10 to 12, 2 hours, is that what we allow?
Yeah.
I think so.
We okay with that?
So May 27th, Saturday, April 27th, from 9 till whenever? No, 10 till noon?
Okay, 9:30 to 11:30.
Okay.
And it's here?
Elaine, I think you have a really good point about town halls and everything, except to say that it's 2024, and we really want to encourage engagement in any way, shape, and form. And so if we have it here, and we have staff, and people can phone in, there's nobody who can tell us that we're not, available
Put the
or receptive.
overflow into the back room. We can put a lot of people.
Yeah,
Think about that.
right? I mean, it's bigger than, so yes, okay, so I kind of think ability to call in or whatever.
Okay, I'll try
And
this.
just, if I may, Your Worship, just want to confirm, and this will be an in-person town hall as the only option. Is that correct?
Not according to the calendar
I know. Hence why I asked the question, Councillor Mangtalo, or Councillor Davy. Right, but I don't think there was a response from council.
Mr. Simpson, for the benefit of Mr. Simpson, I think that it's important that we have the ability, we encourage people to come. We're telling you 5 months in advance when the meeting is, but we encourage you, if you can't come, to come electronically.
So if I could rephrase my question, so this will be a meeting that is both live streamed, virtual, and in person?
It makes sense that if it's not going to be live streamed, that it be at the community center. But if it can or should be live streamed, it should be here.
We're not taking away
Kim, do you recall the attendance for this room? Was it 115? 115, and council would be satisfying inclusivity by all options for residents on their access to these meetings.
Okay, I have a motion that we approve the 2024 council meeting schedule. Oh, by the way, before I read this, the one small area where I have a foot in the door for strong mayor powers is the ability to convene special meetings. So I just serve notice that if we need them, we're going to have them, but I'm going to try and avoid having them if at all possible. But sometimes we get into a jackpot over the summer or, in the 3-week hiatus when those occur. So that we approve the 2024 council meeting schedule as detailed in the clerk's report dated November 21st, 2022, and that we schedule a town hall meeting for April 27th, 2024 between 9:30 and 11:30, and maybe it should say hybrid town hall meeting. Which is,
Do you want to discuss content?
no, it's all right. We'll figure it out. And again, I don't think we should be, I don't think we should be stuck with a speaker for 3/4 of the thing and then open it up to debate and discussion with residents.
A mixture.
Maybe a mixture, but, I've been to too many of them where the presentation has dominated the proceedings, but I think we can work that out later.
But we did, since I've only been involved in one of these, we did have a very strong feeling that there should be any questions any topics are allowed in the questions, but that there's a focused subject matter for the spring 2024 meeting, right?
Just a question for Fred. Do you think that we need to have a topic, a focus, or a speaker to advertise this, or it will suffice to simply say we're having a town hall meeting?
Well, this is strictly preference and isn't backed up by any empirical evidence. I think a focus is always helpful. I don't think it has to be a speaker, but perhaps a focus such as 2 or 3 upcoming bylaws that council is considering. Maybe that is the short-term accommodation bylaw or a discharge of firearms if we haven't pursued. But if there's a couple of big topics that council is investigating, then maybe that is the focus, not necessarily a briefing.
Yeah.
In addition to an open Q&A, of course.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I think there has to be some, I won't call it educational, but some awareness building, like it's a to and back and forth thing, and not everybody tunes into our thrilling and lively council meetings, but, there's information that we can share, and we can think about what that is, as Fred is saying, and then have open Q&A. So, yeah.
And when would you need the focus topics?
Andrew and I will work on scheduling. The April meeting will probably impact the delivery date of the spring newsletter.
Okay.
So once we've had a chance to look into that, set some timelines, we'll let council know when we're going to have
Okay.
final answers.
Excellent. Okay. So I had, at this point in my pile,
You were, yeah, I don't think we've finished with that
sorry, okay.
resolution yet.
did we have a mover and seconder?
No, sir.
Seconded by Councillor Mankelow, moved by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? And that motion is carried as amended. Ever so- Yes, sorry.
So now that that's fully put to bed and put to rest, would council like me to bring an amendment to the procedure bylaw to make permanent the change in alternating day and night meetings?
Okay.
Because it appears the trial is over.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. There'll be those who will be happy with that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I had two budget motions here, but we've given direction to staff, so I don't think we need to deal with those unless otherwise directed. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Do I have a mover? Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Mankelow. Discussion, questions on Schedule A? Yeah.
So, under accounts, the first line, developer accounts and liabilities. It's just for information so that I know what that means, if that's okay. Thank you, Les.
For this listing of the biggest part is liabilities. Part of the liability is every payroll, well, we have deductions off of that, so we have to remit to Homer's, Sun Life, and places like that, so that's 3/4 of that 66,000, our payroll remittances.
Any other items on Schedule A?
I keep doing this, but item 5, 6, 7, and 9, people are making some very good statements about influencing the province. And again, I don't know how much our support letter helps, but without rewriting their whole motion,
Mr. Clerk, would a simple motion endorsing the three other motions
Or-
suffice?
Or number 4, I would recommend the complete motion with.
not number 4.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't 4?
So sorry, Fred, 5 and 6 are similar. They're related to Ontario Works.
So
Yeah.
I would recommend doing what Orangeville has done is with the county, so basically passing the entire motion and then for number, was it 7 and 9? For number
Mhm.
7, I think an endorsement motion would be fine, but for number 9, I would recommend the full resolution.
The full resolution requires me to read the entire thing.
If your worship, I can read it if you'd like.
No, I'm just saying, I think it's very time consuming. We've all read it.
If council's happy, they've got a copy, it's in the agenda. If they wish
Yeah.
to, it's amended only in that,
Change it to Mona,
that's the town of Mono.
yeah.
Support as amended.
Yeah.
I like that one too,
I don't
That's
know.
where that's where you're right. I mean,
Well,
what-
you can bring that one forward, I'll support
No,
you.
no, what I'm saying is that the idea of just what does this do for us? That's all. When somebody's
We
already.
We like it when they endorse our motions.
I know you said that last time I asked the question, and I, do we like it when they endorse our motions? Like, I'm not, I'm not quite sure. The idea that there's communication that goes back and forth, we make a motion and you send it to anybody who possibly could be interested in it, I think is a good thing. We know it, and so we're acknowledging it. But what does, which is a good thing, to have this discussion and acknowledge it, but what does actually passing the resolution do?
Well, because then our motion would get circulated and it shows support. So the more voices speaking about something, you presume that the other, the party who should be doing something will listen. That's my,
Like the province.
I don't wanna,
It's hard to know what the answer is to that
Right.
question in any individual situation. But overall, I think that a large number of voices does bring some influence and pressure on people.
Okay, so how do we proceed from there? Do we want to have a motion that links three together and with the appropriate?
do you need a separate motion for each one?
Definitely need to keep them separate.
Mhm.
Otherwise, we're sending all three to all parties and showing them.
Okay, so I'm open to,
Is it number 5? I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Could, yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's the same resolution. We just have a mover and seconder. Council
Okay.
is confident they know. and
so
understand.
Counselor Capes is moving, Counselor Davy is seconding, and that is for
For number
item
five.
number 5.
Yeah.
Any opposed? Motion's carried. Next item.
So number 7, I think motion along the lines of the council and the town law supports and endorses result of the county's resolution calling on the province to expand the use of the permit by rule for waste management systems, stormwater management systems,
Okay. Yes.
What does this mean? What is permit by rule?
et cetera. I
I only have a passing familiarity with
I don't
this.
have that
My understanding is that the rules, the province is giving MECP greater ability to issue a permit,
Okay.
where as long as you comply with the conditions that are pre-established, you're going to get the permit.
Okay.
Hmm. Like, there's no oversight.
No sense of how this fits in.
Do I call a mover and a seconder on that? Who would like to move it? Counselor Davy, seconded by Counselor Capes. Any opposed? And that motion is read by Fred Simpson is carried. Next item.
So were you looking at the Chennai or straight to the residential cases?
I personally was looking at the number 9, the Residential Tenancies Act.
And that one I recommend you full resolution.
Right. Speaks to equity.
Is it the wish of council that I read it or waive the reading?
No, I don't think so.
Waive the reading? And do I have a mover for that? Counselor Mantalo, seconded by Counselor Capes. Any opposed? Is carried. Anything else from Schedule A? Okay. Reports of members of council and staff. Can we start with staff first? Anything to report, Les? It's been fairly quiet for you. Matt?
Not much to report from Public Works other than snow, winter maintenance, and we have a grader down still, hopefully back up and running next week.
Okay. Kimberly?
Not a lot, just to let staff or to council know that we have experienced some fencing challenges up at the Aikens track. We do have a number of motorized vehicles, ATVs, whatnot, that continually use that portion of land for recreation enjoyment, even though we have a number of signs posted that say no motorized vehicles allowed. It's an ongoing issue. We're really being challenged by how to enforce the no motorized vehicles. So, just letting you know, we do have some fencing repairs that have to be done, and the repairs are requiring to call in an actual fencing company to come and do them because they're beyond our scope within the recreation department to make the repairs.
What kind of fence is it there, Kim?
It's,
H
the
bar?
wire fencing,
Hmm.
yeah.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So, Kim, this was the piece of land that you had suggested would be, if there were to be an allowed motorized vehicle spot, this would be the place. And I was just recently at a meeting for the Ontario Federation of Trail Riders, and there really is proof that when you allow people to use stuff, they use it properly and they steward it, and we may be of benefit to look at because they would fix the fence. Number one, you would have to be insured and part of the club and so on to be using it if these spaces there are allowed, like Simcoe County Forest has a lot. And so the users themselves police against the yahoos that just say, oh yeah, here I brought the wire cutters, let's break the fence. And so that wouldn't happen, and if it did happen, they're the group that's responsible, and so we would be saving money to repair it. And and of course the trail maintenance with respect to, I know you've talked previously, Mike, about in your other position, about the forest management part that's in there and trees falling down and so on. But the actual riders and users of the piece of forest would take responsibility.
Just in follow-up to that, I have received correspondence from the Ontario Trail Riders Association. It was quite timely, actually. It was the day after I received the report from Dave Mikowski about the damage that had been done. So we have been in correspondence with them, and I believe they are going to come to council and make a presentation to you early in the new year in regards to that exact thing about the possibility of us going into partnership with them for them to look at putting legitimized motorized trails in that tract of land.
Awesome, thank you.
Let's not spend any money on a third-party fencing company until we know what we're gonna do.
I'll take that from you, just so you know then if I don't repair the fencing, then if there's an accident out there.
Do we not do something ourselves that at least creates a
Not with
bit
this
of
type
a barrier?
It is so long and so extensive, actually, I'm not sure if Mr. Mikowski, if Dave is still on.
How long a section of fence are we talking about?
Quite a long, quite a long, we're not talking 10 feet. It's been cut in a number of areas.
Oh, jeez. Has any of this been reported to the OPP? Are we trying to get their assistance?
I have not reported it to them. Well, I mean, not
They
this
should
time.
be aware of it.
Not this time.
They should be aware of it.
Could we put temporary fencing, like snow fencing along there with signs on it that say something to, warn people so that we're not liable until?
I can certainly look into the possibility of snow fencing. It would be a large amount, and I will tell you that every time I put a sign up, and we put up 3x3 signs saying no motorized vehicles.
Paint it right on the snow fence.
They're taken down the day we put them up.
I know. Where's the access for that?
The Aikens track is up off of 5th line, 25th Side Road, north of 25th. There's a kind of like a cul-de-sac up there. And then if you go north of the cul-de-sac as well, there's access it would be on the west side.
All right, well, I look forward to the delegation. See what that brings.
Fred, anything? Or any other member of council before we move on to Fred? No? Okay. Fred?
So I just want to remind council that the Roma conference is January 21 to 23, and ask if anyone on council knows if they plan on attending.
You're going, the mayor will be going with, and making delegations and so on, right? Have you got something organized to do that? So then, no, but I mean, what happened last year, which was a terrific thing, aside from the COVID that happened, you were busy doing that a lot, and so therefore missed some of the presentations.
Yes.
So it was kind of good to have somebody there, been to the presentations. So maybe I should reconsider and go.
If anyone from council would like me to register for the conference, I will. Hotels are starting to become scarce, and so you're probably best to try to sort those out yourself. But I can register you because I have the username and login.
It's a problem.
It's Toronto, it's the same place again, right, Sheridan?
It's at the Sheraton again. Okay, so would you like me to register you?
So Fred, comparing, or maybe Mike, you can give me some guidance. Comparing that to the Good Roads, is Good Roads, because I've never been to a Good Roads conference, is there good value for counselors to go to that?
Good Roads is more related to machinery, fleet, some of the upcoming technologies, asphalt repairs. There's a lot of intuitive workshops for say Matt and what I benefited from with respect to maintenance practices and that. So whereas the rural Ontario
Is the best.
one seems to be focused more on items that council may be interested in, but either one is a good conference, and it's a shame they're not back together.
They did bring them together for a while.
They tried again. I think they were together for a while and separated, and but it's now created two separations. So.
They're both very good. I had trouble telling them apart.
Right. Oh, really?
I mean, in terms of the major events that were going on, topic. We
Okay.
went to the one in August.
I'll think about it. I don't need a hotel, so I'm okay. I'll give you
Okay.
I'll think about it.
So anything else, Fred? Mike?
So I think I'm good. I'll have there's some in-camera sessions coming up with the town solicitor, and we get some water internal DWQMS items being. We have our internal audit occurring right now, and I did have the meet and greet with the OPP detachment commander, Michael Pasquale. Very good. Got some. We talked about crime prevention. We had a long conversation on speeding, and trying to figure out how to help that before it occurs. And he sort of mentioned that the OPP is definitely looking at some not so much advertising, but some educational outreach on how to make good decisions before you speed. So it was some good conversations for sure. And we also talked about community safety zones and speeding in our small subdivisions. So it was good. It's good.
Right. Members of council? Linda? Ralph?
Oh, but you know, we're having our end-of-year party, kind of a Christmas party for the Pollinator Garden volunteers this Friday.
Okay. Go ahead.
So just a follow-up to something that I mentioned at our last meeting. I went back to the farmland preservation people and asked, and the information I got back was that the PPS redrafted is delayed. They're about a month behind, and it will be going to cabinet maybe December 8th. And as far as the OMAFRA representative was concerned, he believes the lot severances were gone. So we'll hope that's true, because there was some suspicion that that was not removed out of those policy statements. So that's the update on that. And Yeah, we had a heritage meeting, DEI meeting, so thank you, Mike, for giving me the little reminder about removing barriers for people to attend. And the Rosemont District Fire Board, we had a conversation, there was a motion from Mulmer talking about all chiefs, and so our chief said that he would bring back the minutes from the all chiefs meetings so that we can have those as part of the record and see the conversations, and we know that they're working together where they can, so that was,
I guess, thank you for reminding me about that, Elaine. So on the Rosemont Fire Board meeting and in the Shelburne Fire Board, this is a discussion that comes up regularly, that are you guys working together? And they're trying, they really are, but it's not, the problem isn't just within our 4 fire boards that, or even however many it is in Dufferin, it's when there's mutual aid that they still, our chiefs communicate, that's terrific, but it's still other municipalities that get involved, like, or not municipalities, but other counties, right, Simcoe County and so on. And so that trying to make sure that everybody's got all the same equipment is next to impossible for doing a big bulk buy, right? But it is on everybody's mind, and so then the next question then is, and we're meeting regularly. It's like, okay, well, you're meeting regularly, but what are you talking about? And so this is where it came up with that Rosemont, so we'll see. It's seems to be becoming more formalized.
Yeah, just apropos of the fire services, during the budget discussions at the county, it was reported to us by Tom Reed that the province has got an ambitious radio communications rollout planned. And the last time I'd heard about that, the OPP was not involved. They were going to keep their own separate silo, and you would, as a ambulance or fire service person, you would have to be communicating with a different device to talk to the OPP. Now, if I remember correctly, what Tom said was that they are now involved, but the fire services are not. So, like, 2 steps forward, 18 back.
Okay, except that did come up at Shelburne, and not recently. It was a number of months ago. It came up at a meeting, and it's the cost situation. This communication thing was mega bucks, and that was
But the province is doing this. This is what we were told, was that the province was doing it, and I presume by that they were paying for it. So the question is, why aren't the fire departments involved if the province is organizing it and paying for it? It sounded too good to be true, frankly.
So I did attend the Mulmer public meeting on the intergalactic event that somebody wanted to hold with lights in 153 acres of woods. And there was huge turnout online and in public. The chambers were jammed and in the hall, and they had all the emergency services there to ask questions. The proponent was there. The interesting thing I found was that they used a temporary use bylaw versus the special events bylaw. So there's more involvement when you do that for reports and all kinds of things that don't necessarily come with a special events. I don't know what our special event policy bylaw change requires, but since talking to their CAO, this temporary use is for something that's for multiple years as opposed to a one-time event. So if somebody's planning to host something and host it year after year after year, then that's when you would use the other part of planning. So that was just very good information, and their application was denied. All kinds of bases. Safety, because they were traveling up and down dirt roads with 25,000 people. Damage, noise, pollution, light pollution, noise pollution, damage to animals in the surrounding farms, like all kinds of. And then they sort of threw in, well, we're gonna bus people from Vaughan. Oh, now you're gonna put big buses on our tiny little dirt road. That's even better. Anyway, so their application was denied. It's not an appropriate venue for what they wanna do.
Ontario, please. Dave, I saw you come on. Did you have something to add to?
Just a bit. Reiterate, number one, we have a committee of adjustment meeting on Thursday, November 30th. That's for a consent application. So just get the word out. And of course, we have the 3 Line 2 development meetings coming up, December 7th for Planning Committee, 7 p.m. The Stat Public Meeting, December 12th, 7 p.m. And then back to Council, December 19th, 9 a.m. I know we're all aware of that, but just for anyone online. Speaking to the PPS, or what is now the new PPS, unfolding provincial planning statement as opposed to provincial policy statement. I did hear that actually, Councillor Capes, about it coming back December 8th. In the meantime, I had reached out to our municipal service office, Western Ontario in London, to say, is the sky still not blue with respect to rural lot severances? And I did not get a definitive answer. They've got to confer with OMAFRA to see if in fact that's the case. However, I think they will probably be removed and kept removed for all the reasons that will cause backlash, including with OFA. As for temporary use bylaws, yeah, they come under Section 34 of the Planning Act. They have the same teeth as a zoning amendment, but they can limit time either to 1 year, 2, 3 years, and then be renewed based on conditions and suitability review by that council of the day of a given municipality. That's the only bit I would add to what Councillor Capes just said. That's all.
Thank you. Sorry I missed you in the staff rotation, Dave. I had just one thing to add as part of the reports. County of Dufferin is going to have a session, or has a motion before it for discussion in January about rationalization of services and who does what, and local tier versus single tier versus, it's not my motion. And I suspect the mover of it is attempting to make an argument that we should all be one big city of Dufferin and reduce the number of meetings we have to go to and so forth. I don't know that it's going to go anywhere, but I'll report back, as will Fred, on the outcome of that discussion. I don't think any decisions are going to be made at that meeting, but and what the motivation is. I mean, there are certain services that I think are duplicative between the local tier and the county, such as tourism promotion is a really good example. Further complicated, and actually not complicated at all, but expected to be involving the Board of Trade. But there are some things that we're not doing as well as we could, and I hope the discussion focuses on those things as opposed to the navel-gazing that we've done in the past about whether, we need fewer politicians and units of government and so forth, as if that's a good thing. Ironically, in the last week, I saw an article about the radio services in Chatham-Kent. And at the time of their amalgamation in the late 1990s, they had triumphantly claimed that they were going to save all kinds of money until the bill came in on having to do all of their communication equipment, and then all of the savings evaporated. Well, here we are, fast forward by 20, 25, 26 years, and they're now up to $8 million to do their communication equipment. Back then, it was something like $500,000. So there are no savings in amalgamations, in my view. Radios for public works, fire services, all of that kind of thing. No.
if I could, I hope that in these conversations, it's not, I'm not gonna say this right, but it's not the people who don't do the work who are having the conversations, rather it's the people who do the work every day, who are the staff, who are gonna be involved in, you know, giving the expert knowledge about what happens, instead of people presuming that they know what happens and making decisions based on that. Right.
Fair enough. And maybe Mike and those of you who attend the Municipal Employees Forum, if you could raise this and just wonder out loud what is happening at the county council table with regard to the motion put forward by the deputy mayor of Grand Valley. Have you got any wind of this?
About services?
Yeah.
No, just, I knew it was coming, but I haven't heard any outcome of it.
Interesting that you say that that's the town, because, I mean, I'm just on my superficial knowledge, I mean, they've got a lot of growth and so on that's happening, and a lot of change amongst them. I guess if you were having a lot of that, it would, maybe you'd want some help at things. I mean, but isn't, or somebody else, but isn't just south of us, there's been a big region that they're just coming apart.
Yeah.
So what made them come apart? Maybe we should bring that up at your meeting as to,
I certainly intend to.
interesting, eh? Thanks for
You
the
know,
update.
and I'm really looking forward to all the tax savings to the, you know, ratepayers of Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon as a result of this. There will be none. There will be none, I guarantee it. Absolutely.
We just saw this morning from the CVC, right? Like, it's gonna be interesting to see how much that all costs, each of them separately instead of together.
Okay, if there's nothing further on reports, notices of motion, and I have two. The first one is stimulated from articles about the reorganization of the liquor industry in Ontario, which is apparently ongoing, very quietly being done, and the concern that the relationship between the province and the beer store to collect liquor empties may be at some risk in all of this. So I have come up with the following for consideration at a future meeting. Whereas the Government of Ontario is looking to change the way beer, wine, and spirits are sold in Ontario, and whereas a possible outcome of this may be the end of the contract with beer stores to recycle wine, spirit, and beer containers, and whereas Ontario municipalities wish to see a robust recycling system and network for all products potentially recyclable or reusable, therefore it be resolved that the town of Mono calls on the Ontario government to partner with social enterprise organizations, municipalities, and others to create recycling centers to accept recyclable materials, including alcohol containers, household hazardous waste materials, and other items that should be diverted from landfill or incineration. This is particularly timely because the county is looking at what is arguably a really good but expensive alternative to their household hazardous waste events, and that is some kind of mobile truck that would go from location to location within Dufferin County. I included social enterprise organizations because I think the example that Barb McCreath set in Orangeville of having the Humane Society be the recipient of alcohol containers was brilliant. It generated $60,000-$70,000 a year for the Humane Society. I don't know if it's even going on now, but I think we need to get creative about how we recycle, and this might get a discussion going. So I commend that to you. I've got one other resolution, and I'm going to ask for the dispensation of council to maybe consider this today, but I'm open to doing it next meeting. Whereas Mono's recently amended bylaw enforcement policy allows council to set enforcement priorities, And whereas illegal storage of transport trailers and trucks is becoming a serious problem in Mono, and whereas Mono needs to send a strong signal that we will not tolerate the violation of our zoning and other bylaws as they apply to storage of transport trailers and trucks, therefore be it resolved that we make illegal storage of transport trailers and trucks our top enforcement priority. And our bylaw enforcement policy was amended to allow council to set priorities. So I don't know if anyone wants to. Yeah.
Just mentioning that there was a shooting in Keldon that was at one of the trucking centers. I think one person was killed and 2 were injured. This is really alarming. And whatever's happening in Keldon, to get rid of them is going to not going to get rid of the problem, so we should be prepared for it.
I'd like to request that we dispense with the procedural bylaw to take up this motion today, but I can be talked out of that.
So we need a motion, both moved and seconded, along the lines of that we consider the notice of motion and discuss the topic today. So that needs to be moved, seconded, and voted, and if passed, then the matter can be discussed
Okay.
right now.
And do you want to do that in the absence of the deputy mayor?
I don't see why not. We have a quorum, and I think he's been generally supportive on this issue. I would move that motion. Okay. Any discussion or debate?
So,
Well, that motion has to pass before we can discuss the.
Yeah, before we can actually discuss this sum and substance. So this is just freeing us up to pass the
we're
motion
talking about it
today.
today.
Yeah, today, yeah. As opposed to carry it over 2 weeks.
So we're voting.
We're here.
So we're voting to take up the motion today.
So, discussion?
Sure.
Yeah?
You mentioned
did
it's a.
vote,
No, we haven't yet.
To take it up today.
To take
Yeah.
it up today.
Needed
we
a
didn't
vote.
You're right.
Correct.
So
But we
before
have-
you
All
ask
in
us,
favor.
We have
before you,
discussion before the vote.
no, apparently,
You have to vote it in.
to vote it in
Yeah.
first,
Okay.
then we will discuss it.
So there is, I know the two motions are being confused. So the motion's on the floor, moved and seconded, whether you're going to discuss the matter of the notice of motion. This motion can now be discussed before you vote. The motion to advance the notice,
We voted on that.
that can be discussed right now. So if people have opinions, we should be discussing this or we shouldn't be discussing this, that can be discussed and then voted, but not the particulars of the mayor's motion.
So,
So you weren't gonna discuss anything, but, okay. So do we,
Are we content to,
everybody agrees?
okay,
Okay.
none opposed? So I would like to move my own motion then, and look forward to a seconder. Okay? Councillor Mactilo seconds. Discussion on the substance.
Discussion of the substance. You'd mentioned bringing it up as a top priority. I'm wondering what this would do with other issues that the bylaw officer is involved with.
Fred, I think that's probably for you.
I'm not quite clear on the nature of the question, Councillor Magdalo. Can you just rephrase that for me?
The mayor has created a motion to bring the issue of truck parking in Mono as the top bylaw priority that bylaw officers should be involved with, right? So, I don't know what's the top priority at the moment, and how's this gonna affect the other work that the bylaw officers do? I mean, I know they're very involved with the noise, commercial stuff, other things going on around.
So the bylaw team right now is taking any illegal trucking operations extremely seriously and is responding to it forthwith. So this will formalize that. For practical purposes, we will continue to respond to them forthwith. So the last one we responded to within 24 hours. And we will continue to endeavor to do that. This formalizes that, though.
Or less business as usual.
And sends a signal, it sends a public signal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, but doesn't bump anything?
No, that's-
At the moment, well, it's conceivable it could, but it would have to be a matter of, you know, significant health and safety. So right now, signs and trailers and fill are our three top priorities. This ensures that trailers are the number one, but we'll still manage our workload to take care of all those projects.
Yeah, I think it's good to set this as a priority, as the mayor is putting forward, that it sends a message. So all of those folks that are south of here think they're gonna bring their trailer operations north, not gonna happen. So we're ready so that we can do something in a proactive way, as we are, and it just formalizes that for public consumption.
Correct. Any further discussion or debate? I can call the question. Any opposed? Oh, Dave? Dave's opposed.
Yeah, just quickly to add to this nagging issue. I've had several inquiries over the past year or more on this, maybe more than 1 year on this. And I do my darndest to say, you know, this is not something that's a commercially intended permissible use on lands in Mono, particularly where they're starting to get focused, well, where they become an issue, which is on the highway, you know, along Highway 10, predominantly Highway 10, as well as sometimes on Highway 9. So there are trucking-related aspects of some of the permissible uses that are commercial uses. You know, if you have a commercial use, sometimes you need to have or repair commercial trucks. That's fine. We have those zones for that. And I reiterate all of that to anyone who asks. But if anyone says, you know, can I just park my big vehicles on a new rural, particularly rural is what seems to be the focus, vacant land on Mono on Highway 10? The answer is no. And, you know, they get that message. So just a bit of further insight for council.
Thank you for that, Mr. Trotman. So what's happening is people aren't asking. They're just getting the property and just moving. They're just doing, they are asking and carrying on, or they're not even asking.
Understood. And I mean, that's where we have to get bylaw enforcement involved, obviously, as the other method and initiative to try to deal with this. Agreed. Understood.
Well, I think the point is that anyone can apply to do anything, but they don't necessarily get approved. And I think these kind of applications, if they are turned down, I would be shocked and amazed if they went to the tribunal. I would be really surprised. I mean, housing's one thing, but this kind of activity, I think, is quite different. And at last count, town of Caledon had 300 illegal depots. 300.
So why all of it? Like, have they come from someplace else, or are we all just buying, and so people are moving junk around?
There are so many shipping containers out there, there's nowhere to put them because of all of the global shipping that happens. And so the containers are the issue, not just the trucks. And then the trucks also, when they get to a certain point, it's more expensive for them to try and decommission them and like put them in like they don't get enough money to put them in a yard, so they want to store them, and so they store them, and it's easy money to rent the land to get people to bring their junk to.
The former mayor of Caledon told me that people could buy 100 acres in Caledon for some absorbent amount of money and make it back within 2 or 3 years by renting out to people looking for places to store the trailers. Just amazing. Okay, did I call the question on that?
No.
I didn't call the question?
Not yet, because we're discussing.
Okay.
Carry on.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much for your indulgence on that.
Thank you.
And I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 23, 2023, held on the 28th of November 2023, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. And do I have a mover? Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any discussion? All those in favor? None opposed. And finally, I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 2:10 p.m. Mover, Councillor Mantalo, seconded by Councillor Capes. Thank you very much, everyone. A very productive meeting.